Alright. Oh, let's get that ad running. Let's get that ad running and get it out of here. Alright. What are you doing? My dog. My dog is being silly. You're just... Hey, Fishman. How's it going? Busy getting things set up. Making sure everybody is... everyone is accounted for and everything is working. I think this might be good. Yeah, I think this is good. Alright. Okay. The ads say... It seems like it'll take... It looks like it'll be about 30 more seconds for the ads, so... Let's see here. Let me make sure everything is set up, and then we can start in like 20 seconds. Alright, alright. Okay, I guess we should begin then. Okay, yeah, everything's set. Okay, let's hop in. Alright, alright. Happy Wednesday. Okay. Oh. My brain doesn't work very well. I already said howdy this morning and I already forgot what the day was. Either way, let's work on this. Over the course of the few days while I haven't been streaming, I've been trying to figure out why things were going wrong, and I actually figured it out. A lot of it is very, you would sit there and think, wow, how could you forget? But I ended up figuring some of these out. So let me show you. The first thing we want to hop over to is our base documents. If you remember, originally we're having a lot of trouble with the ID. This ID just would not work for some strange reason. It kept auto-generating and it kept complaining. Well, apparently I needed to define it as a primary key. Yeah, apparently that's what we need to do, because after I defined it, I could start actually interfacing with it and changing it and modifying it. So if we hop over... Oh, it's not loaded. If we hop over to MongoDB Compass, I've already went in and made the changes. See here, hop here, connect. Our Rom Database. Here it is, web page documents. You can see the ID has finally changed. Here are all of the translations from the website. And if we continue going, you'll see that I have all the hacks right there. And I was even quite fortunate. I grabbed the utilities as well. Utilities and homebrew. So, I had kind of extracted everything we needed from the website. And so there's one thing. There's one success. Another thing is I found out that it was a bug. It's a very simple bug, but nonetheless, it kind of reared its head once we figured out that the formatting of the HTML for romhacking.net changes. And as such, I had to update the scraper just a wee bit. So if we hop out over to where the scraper is located. Ah, there it is, that one. I simply added in a little here, see. Because if you remember, we were checking to see what the lengths were, and we were going to extract out the URL to go to where we need to go. So we find out where the URL is. We're using the XPath to do that. And then we count up how many there are, as well as pull out what the last page is. Well, if there is no additional pages, then this comes back as 0 because there's no other hrefs to reference. So as such, I just simply set the length to 0. If it's 0, then we set max page to 1, and then we just extract the first page and then call it a day. Simple fix. All right. Oh, oh. Gaio. Add oil, add oil. Good luck on the exam. Hopefully it's not a complicated one. Actually, if it's university, then it's going to be very complicated. I remember all of my exams in university, and they were, Please look at this pathway. As you can see, it is the metabolic pathway for processing energy. Now go through this pathway and find out where the defect is located. Yeah, that was a painful class. That was a very painful class. All right, you have a good one. Gaia. All right. So while we're at it, let's go ahead and work here on our code a bit. So there's a lot of little ticky-tacky things that need to get done. Like, for instance, for our parsing on how to get the parser set up, as well as other details. For instance, we need to work on the connections. Since this is mostly very back-end, I'm going to kind of continue ignoring it until we really have to work on it. So instead, what I'm going to do is work on another scraper, because I kind of like scraping things. So let's see here. The first thing we need to do is actually, I think, yeah, okay, we're going to have to work on the connections. We're going to have to work on the connections. Let's go ahead and clear all this out. Oh, actually, I've been working on something else as well. Because the other day someone showed up on stream saying, "Hey, why don't you try this? You might like this more." So I decided to go give it a shot. If I hop over to terminal and then I type in nvim, look at this. I have NeoVim installed now. And I've been trying to figure out how to use it. Oh, as I said, I'm still having trouble with it. There's a lot of changes and keybinds that one needs to learn. Let's see here. So here's the project page right here. Mongo services. I really like the setup right here on how they have everything sorted out. We're going to, oh yeah, checksum servers. We're going to have to work on that. Yeah, I like how this works. I like how this looks. Browser, docs, ratings. There's the... Oh, we're in core. So what we're going to go to is scraper. And then from here, we can find our different services. There's ROM hacking. There's the no intro service and parser. But you get the idea. This is NeoVim. And I still need to learn more about how to use it. Once I'm more confident in using this, then I'll move over to actually using it. I keep getting the key bindings messed up. So we'll worry about that when the time comes. But for now, let's get to working on our database. Let's see here. Actually, one second. My wife has just sent me a message saying that she's going to go work out, but she wonders if she can get... She's wondering if she can get the same amount of workout in half the time if she exercises harder. And... Kinda? I mean, if you put in more energy if you output more energy, as in you run faster, it will increase your heart rate and you will be able to burn more calories. However, there's an awful lot of strain doing it that way, and you could potentially hurt yourself. This is one reason why they usually recommend people to start slow with just walking and then eventually move on up to running. Because the chances of causing self-harm are very high when you try to overwork out. Work out twice as hard to cut the amount of time you need to exercise in half. Slow and steady. And anyway, let's program. Okay, so here's our scraper. It worked pretty well. We need to work on our... Where are you? It's the core. There it is. So it's not a document thing. There's the base docs web page. So yeah, it's not a document. It's a service thing. Mainly Mongo service. Okay. Yeah, we kind of need to work on this today. Because if I want to extract from more websites, I need to define the websites. So I think the first thing I can do is... Oh, I know. The first thing I need to do is let's go to web doc. I need to see if I can access the data from here. Mainly, let me restart it. Mainly, okay, there we go. That should have base doc. All right, yeah, that's good. Okay. Yeah, mainly what I want to do is I want to see if I can extract out the information about it. So if I go to web page doc and I go to... Let's see here. It should be not DB field. We're looking for... Actually... Okay, let's see here. We're looking for collections. That's what we want. Collection. And it doesn't show up. All right. Do I have to... Let's see. It's not the dynamic fields. What we want to do is we want to get hold of the information, because the idea is that I will simply define all of my data structures. Hey, Cyberlunka, how's it going? So what I want to do is I want to define all of my structures. Basically, we build the documents, and then from the documents, I can then infer what I want to do and what I want to set up. That's the idea. Which means we want to grab the metadata. Oh, it's not going to give me the metadata, is it? Not module. MR, no. Okay, all right. To the documentation. Let's see here. Well, let's go pull up our... Here it is. Okay, then. So, Mongo engine. And what we want is the get collection information. There we go. That's kind of what we want. Oh, how do I get a list of collections? Oh, that's not it. That's not it. Let's see here. Connect, get database, list connections and names. Flask, oh. Flask Mongo, that sounds a bit dangerous. Flask, it's used for front end. Mongo engine, it's used for back end. Ooh, I'm going to have to look into this. But they have lists all collections. All right. Let's see here. We want, technically, we also want this information here. I'm trying to think of the best route to take. Because what we ultimately want to do is separate everything out. So the idea will be that this right here, we're going to rename this eventually. But what this will be is instead of this being its own like RomDB, this is going to be called romhacking.net. And then all of the extracted data that we have from web pages will then populate all of the other tables. By doing it this way, ultimately what I can do is I can then have each individual collection, each of these databases, hold all of the data. So if one of the websites needs to be updated, I don't run the risk of messing with another data collection, another website's data. But also, and because of that, eventually we'll have to also write a code to combine all these together, which should not be too difficult. At least I don't think it should be too difficult. But because of that, the first thing we need to do is we need to establish setting this connection up here. Theoretically, I could just simply say we want to go here and then extract out all the data. But what I would like to do is what I'd like to do is eventually write a function which will initialize out the databases that I want. For instance, I'm going to initialize the ROM hacking service, and by doing so, it will go, oh, then we need to go to the database for ROM hacking. That way, I don't have to manually put in anything. So that's the ideal situation. If I wanted to, I could simply change this to GameFAQs. I could set up the connection like that, and then from there, I could start building my scraping tool if I wanted. But I think, yeah, we kind of need to work on this. So let's see here. We kind of already do the connect. Well, we kind of already do that. This is what the connection is. This is to get the database. So yeah, we really need to build the interface section. So we need to, we really need to find out. I know. We will manually set it, but what we'll do is we will define it. We'll define it in the main functions. That way, it'll save me some time. That way, it'll save us a lot of time. So here we have GameFAQs, Selenium main, ROM hacking main. So here, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and put that here. Then one of the arguments will simply be database. There we go, will be database. And then from here we'll call this, the database will be called GameFAQs. There we go. Okay, and then for the other one, because we're going to have it here, we should define everything to be the same. We'll put a database right here. And right now this will be RomsDB. It'll be largely because that's where the data is located. But yeah, we're going to have to change this. We'll have to change this to change to ROM hacks. And then from here, we'll need a simple, we can call it an initialization function. I think maybe because this is the MongoDB service, do I really need to set up do I really need to set this up? This should be a singleton, probably. This should probably be a singleton. If that's, yeah, I think that this should be a singleton. This should be registries, because ultimately we'll be setting up a lot of aliases as well. Pretty much we'll be filling this entire detail in eventually. And we'll also be having our user and password. So in the meantime, let's Let's go steal the singleton code from another place. I think that's fine. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's see here. Attach. Oh, it could not attach. Okay, well, fine then. New window. There we go. All right. This is our animation builder. If you remember in the sequencer, we actually kind of built this exact code already. Here it is, registry. We want that. There we go. And, oh, okay, we probably have to define that as well, T as well. Technically, this should be a connection. Actually, you know what? Since it is going to be a connection, I'm going to put connect right here. A Mongo client right here. There we go, okay. Connection doesn't exist anymore. We don't need that. Let's go ahead and grab some more stuff. There it is. There we go. Okay. So here it is, the singleton code. Let's copy all of this. There we go, singleton code. Nice. Now we'll paste that in here. There we go. Let's grab this code. And this will be the connection code. Okay, all right. So let's see here. We have registry. Oh yeah, we want to... This will be outputting Mongo service. Yeah, theoretically this will be putting out Mongo service. So technically we want this... Yeah, okay, let's copy the T over as well. Actually, we can just type it. T equals type var. And this will be Mongo This will be Mongo service. There we go. Phone ringing. I wonder why. Let me do a quick peek at something. I get very, as I said, I'm like a zigzag coon. I get very curious about things. The number looks Alright, I might have to call this number. Oh, I might have to call it. I'm calling the number right now. All right, it took too long. It took too long. I just hang up. If I have to call them and then you're going to put me on hold, then yeah, then I'm going to just... You can call me again later. All right, so there we go. There's our type var. It's going to be Mongo service. Let's see, what else do we need to potentially collect from our... Oh. What else do we need to potentially collect from from our tools? Let's see here, there's T. Let's see, get instance. We register the names. Sequencer. registry. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's all of it. Yeah, I think that might be all of it. All right, let's exit out. I wonder why it's throwing an error. Expected Mongo client got a Mongo service instead. Oh, that's a, yeah, we need to change that. There we go. Okay, yeah, that's just the typing error. Okay, so from here, we can then register out these. We can form the connections. Now we have this. We're going to set these to be different aliases as well. So the idea would be that we're going to call this, we're going to register it. I think I'm going to also put the alias in. So let's see here. If we're going to create new, oh, this should be, there we go. Okay then, so the database. I'm busy looking here. What do I have? Yeah, I have a feeling that I'm just connecting. I'm just doing a direct connection there. We're not actually using our setup right here. Yeah, we're just not using that. So we should definitely set it up to use this. So our port is going to be localhost 27017. Let's see here. Password, username. Oh. And I should probably do this. Host, port, schema. And we'll go ahead and call this, we'll call this name. We haven't set up the username or password yet. Alias. We'll also set that to name too. There we go. So theoretically now, if I call this and I click connect, we should be able to get the instance of our Mongo engine. And then from there, we can then proceed to use the alias. I think there's a way to establish which data or which connection is working where. That way we could theoretically have multiple different databases and connecting to multiple different databases across multiple different data structures. I think though what we're going to do now is do that. We'll go ahead and import Mongo service over in the main function. We'll call this the Mongo service. There we go. Get instance. And in this case, it's going to be database. Call this connection or con. And this will be a Mongo client, or it's going to be a Mongo service. And from here, we need to define an initialization step. In which case we actually do this. This will be a self, because we're already defined it. There we go, and then here we'll set this to none. All right, there. So we now have our connection established. So from here, what we can now do. Yeah, we're really going to have to look at and see how to set up the run deck and what their code needs to be, what needs to be inputs for it being able to run it. I know I know that, Either way. If I now run, let's go ahead and restart this. We'll establish this. Now if I run main, actually let's go ahead and let's just go ahead and run the service and get a connection real quick. There we go. And there we go. We have we have connection. Okay. That looks like it worked. So that means now whenever I call a different main function, if we just change the database, it will change where we should be extracting our data. I'm going to go ahead and copy this real quick. There we go. Okay. All right. So with that in mind, why don't we go ahead and start working on the other scraper? So, hey, Kieran, how's it going? How's it going? Let's just go to, well, it's not a main, where are you? Where are these? Here's the main, we don't want the main functions. We want the scraper. Here it is. Scrapers, game fact, here it is. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and close that out because I forgot to close it out. Oh, sorry to hear. Hope things get better on your end. Man, it's never fun to hear that it's not going well for others. Hope things get brighter. So fed up. Oh, what seems to be bothering you? Let's see here. Let's set this up now. Self equals GameFAQs scraper. Now this should load up, and there it is. Okay, and are we in GameFAQs? Yes, we are. Ooh, perfect. Okay, and if you remember earlier, we actually extracted the sitemap, which will be very helpful. This will be very helpful to use the sitemap. Oh, okay. Actually, since we have set up a new network, why don't we re-download the sitemap? There we go. All right, we're going to go ahead and quickly re-download the sitemap. Oh, it just threw an error. Oh, why'd you throw an error? Let's see here. Valid field is not ID. Oh yes, we're not setting, I forgot. This needs to be ID, or wait, this should be correct. Okay, then let's see here. This should be very correct. Unless I'm... Oh yeah, we want to... I remember now. We need to... We're no longer accessing the directly. We need to change that. Yeah, we need to change that. We're not actually accessing it directly now. We are using a service. So we still need to keep this in because it'll be great for typing, but for us, we want here, we're going to import in our, let's see, here it is, web page service. We want this. Mongo connection. We're establishing this somewhere else, so we don't need to worry about that. There we go. Now let's add in the initialization step. So, we want to this should be before our that. There we go. Let's separate this out into services. All right then. Okay. Have a good nap. Hopefully, naps always help. A good rest always helps out in the long run. Good sleep, it clears the head, helps the body repair itself. I recommend sleep. So let's see here. So we have, now what we're going to do is establish our web page service. And I think I just need to do that, and that should be sufficient enough. And the short end of the stick is... yeah, that's all we really need to do, right there. Okay. It looks like we can set it up anywhere we want. I'm going to move this up here. We don't need, as I mentioned, we don't need Mongo connection anymore, because we're going to establish this in the main page. But here, now that we set that up, and now we have our service, when we want to do an extraction, mainly right here, instead of calling webPageDoc, we simply will call create a document. Because if we go in here, the web page service, we have create document. So name and data type. We also need the data type. That shouldn't be too difficult. Web page types, there we go. And then sitemap. There we go. That means we don't need this. We don't need that. All right, this should work. Let's go ahead and run this. And it threw an error. Okay, why are you throwing an error? Oh yeah, we need to I need to set up web page service. All right. Let's quit the session. Let's reload. All right, so where are you, main? Mongo service should be fine. Main, Selenium, GameFAQs. Oh, let's get rid of the A because that's in the way. There we go. We'll go ahead and run ROM hacking Selenium main. We established our connection. There we go. All right, then from here, let's now go to the scraper. We'll run this. There it is, GameFAQs. Oh, we accidentally did the ROM hacking one. Let's get over to GameFAQs. This one. All right. There we go. Okay. Now let's see here. All right, we've loaded up. Now let's see. Loaded fine. Now let's try self dot download sitemap. Let's get over here, and there we go. We're in the sitemap, and it failed the connection. There's a connection failure error. Why? You have not defined a default connect. Oh yeah. Okay. We need to define a default connection. Okay. I think I'm going to have to establish a default connection as soon as we create the elements, as soon as it runs, we might have to create a default connection immediately. Where are you? Right here. There we go. Let's see here. In your Pi settings file, replace MongoDB with localhost. Okay. Actually, that's not what our problem is. Yeah, that's not what our problem is. Our problem is the fact that it fails to set up a default when I call alias. All right. Okay. Where's Mongo Engine? Mongo Engine documentation. All right, where are you, Mongo Engine? There you are, Mongo Engine. All right then. Connect. 2009. Wow, Mongo Engine is that old? 2009. Oh, that is quite a. This has been developed for quite a while. It's not going to load, is it? It's going to search forever. User guide. Connect. There it is. Connect to a DB. Okay. We're looking for alias. There we go. Connect in Mongo Engine is registered globally and are defined with aliases. If no alias is provided during the connection, it will use default as alias. To connect to a running instance of MongoDB, you must use connect. The first argument is the database name. So connect project 1. All right, so where's the next alias? Alias. Here we go, multiple databases. This is exactly what we want. To use multiple databases, you can use connect and provide an alias name for the connection. If no alias is provided, then default will be used. In the background, this uses register connection to store the data, and you can register all aliases up front if required. Wait, does that mean that I didn't need to create that overlay? Because I created a singleton and then I was going to track all of the connections myself. But if I can just simply do a connect and then alias all over the place, and then we can also define the database alias as well. That actually will be very. All right, that's good to know. That is very good to know, because that means I can actually define which connection I should be using. And if that's the case, then all right. Let me get back over here. Let's see here. Where are you? This would be the Mongo docs. Base doc. All right, so here's our base doc. This is abstract, allows inheritance. We then define it. We then, here's same thing. This is the base embedded document where we add in additional information. I don't think I need the audit for the embedded. Yeah, I really don't think I need the audit for the embedded file. Not yet, at least. So yeah, I'm just gonna block that out. We still can use the save. And oh, I'm gonna have to. Oh hey. All right, well, let's go ahead and... There we go. Okay. It's... I wonder why it complains. Why are you complaining? Oh, yeah, we need to return this. Yeah, that's why. We haven't returned it yet. All right. Now we have it returned. The main thing here now is what we would like to do is go to the next, where is being inherited? ROM hack collection. So here we then abstract allow inheritance and then the collection. This will be ROM collection. All right, let's draw a map out real quick. I need to think. I'm thinking about this. There's a lot of things that we need to a lot of minutia we need to figure out. Oh, the old picture is still loaded up. We were playing Identity 5 earlier, and this was one of the pictures that we were having fun looking at. Onsen. Go check it out. Really fun. All right. Let's go ahead and shrink that a bit so that it's not overlapping. There we go. Okay. And... okay, so what do we have here? We have a database. So yeah, here we go. We have our database. And this database will hold all of our information. So this will be game facts. But then we'll have a completely separate database right here. And this will be ROM hacking. So with this in mind, because of this, we can change the alias. They called it what? DB alias in the documentation? Oh, yes, DB alias. Okay, so they define DB alias. It looks like we have to establish all of these connections before we start calling before we start importing in anything. So DB alias, and this will be the connection. So I'll call it connection alias. In other words, if I want to be connecting to GameFAQs, I would need a GameFAQs connection. And then a separate one, which would be ROM hacking. So ROM hacking, and this would be also a separate collection. All right. All right. I'm busy trying to think of a good way to do this. By doing it, so these would mean that this would point to that one, and then this would point to that one. So all scraping data should have to use the alias. Now, there's going to be a lot of elements that we're going to keep track of separately. For instance, we want to know, date of scraping. So we'll know something like the date of the scraping. We want to know other details, for instance, last run, last compiled. We might even want to have global variables or key, values. For instance, if you remember, we have a whole lot of tags. Right now, we just type in the tags ourselves, but eventually we would like to put it over here with everything else. So if that's the case, then what we should do is this should all be stored in a database. This should be something, its own database. And this will be kind of a static connection. As in, we'll know exactly, it will always be defined. So if that's the case, that means we need to set up that means what we should do is we'll be running connection a couple times. Since it looks like everything is being registered already, we don't have to do it ourselves, which is nice. And that's what we'll do. We will leave the registrations to Mongo Engine. But what we'll do is we'll set up a default. So there will be a default connection. We will then set up a connection to our static database. What would we call the static database? I guess we'll call it I don't know. What would we call the static database? Static? Generals? Global data? I have no clue. I do not know. We'll have to set up another connection there. So we'll just call this GS data for now, because I can't think of something else. And then last but not least, we set up a connection to our database. So this will be the scraped DB. Okay then. All right, that makes sense. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. That means that means this over here is going to change dramatically. Mongo server. Yeah, this is going to change because apparently there's already a singleton in place. We don't need to actually do it ourselves. We don't need a registry. We don't need to create instances. In fact, given how things are, these might actually be class methods. I mean, we don't even need to, apparently we don't even need to establish that connection. We could probably establish a list of the names of the different aliases. Let's see here. We'll have so yeah, that'll be a class methods. Okay, let's look at the documentation. Let's look at the documentation and make sure everything is... Here we go, right here. So they do connect, then username, alias, and then the DB, then alias with the DBs, and then from here they do user documents, and they put that in the metas. And then here you can disconnect. So we're going to definitely have to use that. We'll have to implement that as well. Calling disconnect without a default argument without an argument will deactivate default. Okay. Switch DB with switch DB user. All right, so that's switching databases. This is switching collections. There's an awful lot of things we can do for hopping out and about when it comes to these connections. Let's see here. I'm busy. I actually don't see any information about... Yeah, I don't actually see any information about how to identify all of the connections and the aliases that have been established. I see connecting and disconnecting and doing multiple connections. To provide an alias name, if no alias, it will be used to default. All right. I have a feeling... Okay. I have a feeling that we're... Alright, so we do have some kind of thing to do. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Let's just go back and set that back up. There we go. All right then, so we create new. If the name is not in the registry, all right, all right. Then we have connected. So this will set up our connections. I think what we'll also have to do, as I mentioned, what we'll also have to do is once this is run, we also have to define our connection as well. How about we... If name, or not name, but if default not in CLS dots. Oh. All right then. And I don't think I need to put in the quargs and the args because this is just going to be a basic default connection. We're creating new, which would pretty much be a new instance. I don't like the way this looks. I do not like the way this looks. All right, all right. Okay, we don't need to create multiple instances. If anything, what we're going to do is get rid of that. We're not creating a we're not going to do registry. This is just going to be the this will be the Mongo service. Call this service. And this will be itself. All right then, if new. All right then, from here, we don't have to worry about name. This is simply if not. So, service. Yeah, so this is what we're going to do here. So the idea is that we're going to create a service like so. Like that. And then from here, we're just going to return service. There we go. So theoretically, Mongo service will always be a singleton. You cannot make it, you cannot break or change it. It's going to forever exist. And then if we want to make changes, we're going to have to interface with it. We're going to have to interface via, yeah, we're going to interface via just calling things. No, let's see here. I think we should also have we don't need to track that. We'll put tracking in another location. The main point for this is just setting up connections. So if, oh yeah, that's actually one other thing we should do. After we call service, then we should do this .connect, and then from here, it will be the. We're gonna have to get the constances, aren't we? Oh yeah, we're gonna have to get the constances in the we'll have to set that up later. How about we do this? We'll put it up here for now. Yeah, we'll call this the host, the local host, port, and this will be There it is, 27017. And then we don't have to worry about the other stuff. Those are the two main important ones. So this will be host, port, and then the schema will be... what should the schema be? This is the database name. Well, we are going to set up a... Actually, no, that might not be correct either. The best... Because I think the big issue is connecting to these databases. I think that's where the issue is. When we call this with an alias... let's get back over there. Let's look back at the documentation. Connect alias with DB. That's kind of what we're doing. And the argument that gets thrown is Mongo connection. The argument that gets thrown is Mongo connection. Connection failure. You have not defined a default connection. So that means that that's what we have to do. We have to define a default connection. But, We connect with our alias, and we connect to a different database. Okay, I'm going to go check this out. What does it mean? What is it actually complaining about? I'm trying to understand why we're getting this error. Yeah, why are we getting this error of all things? I do not understand. What does defining a default connection have to do with setting it, having an alias connection? I guess we'll go here to the Sling Academy. You better not be trying to sell me something, Sling. Otherwise, I'll be very annoyed. Now, where is my error? Connect default to my database 1, localhost, and then connect alias analytics. And this method provides greater flexibility. However, it requires careful management of aliases and explicit assignment of these aliases to documents. It also increases the setup complexity somewhat. So that might be what we need. Okay. So we do need to define the generic database. Okay, how about we do that? So in this case, we'll call this generic DB. And we will call this not locals. I hate naming. I really do. I always have trouble with it. What should we name this? How about we call this the we'll call it the dump for now. I don't know what else to call it. We'll call it dump. Okay. And then from here, let's see here. Here we go. Connect. So port, generic DB, and then schema is fine. Let's see here. What are you complaining about? Schema unfulfilled. Oh. Well, the schema is right here. We have our host, we have our port, and we have the, maybe it wants us to, oh, no, I don't get it. Oh, I get it, okay. It's because it's I'm trying to define it as a class function, and it's not a class function. There we go. There we go. And then we don't need to worry about that. There we go. Okay, okay. Good, good, good. So when we do this, it will have an automatic connection to the generic database. And then from there, we can then define our alias. And then that should... Okay, that should solve our problem. Let's try again. Since we're calling it like this, that means our main document, Mongo service, is no longer has instance. So all we really need to do is just... We just really need to load Mongo service in. But we do need to set a connection. So what I'm going to do is... We don't need that anymore. We'll just simply do connection is equal to Mongo service dot connect. And then from here... Oh, we have to define the host. Okay, we'll define these right now. Localhost 27017. Well, was that it? What's our port? Port is 27017. Okay. I wonder if it's going to complain if we use the same port over and over again. We'll find out. 27017, and then last but not least, this is database, like so. So now, if I run this, and we then establish... Oh, why is this complaining? Connection doesn't... Oh, it doesn't return anything. Got it. Okay, we'll have to worry about that later then. We'll do that. All right, that's set. I think what we should probably do is... all right, let's... Oh yeah, and I know... Okay, I get now why I need initialization function. Because we're going to... Because now that I've established that there's a default, we kind of want to use the alias. We just defined it actually right here in our main function right here. It's called GameFAQs. That's our alias. So when we connect to our document, our ROM doc, actually this should be a web page doc right here. This one right here. When we connect to this one, we need to set the alias as well. So abstract is false, inheritance is false, collection is web page documents, auto ID index is false, and we need to add in one more element, which happens to be the... This happens to be the... Alright, where is it? Right here. DB alias. So yeah, that's what our next one here is DB alias. And we're going to have to define it somewhere else. Oh, Can I define the meta in initialization step? Am I allowed to do that, or does it have to be... Because if I can do it at initialization step, then I could easily, once I call the web page... Well, I don't think I can. I do not think I can. So what to do here? This will be the DB alias. Yeah, how to define this here? Okay, let's go over real quick back to the documentation. Let's see here. Switching databases. The SwitchDB context manager allows you to change the database alias for a given class, allowing quick and easy access to the same user document across databases. So here we go with SwitchDB user. Oh, how much do you bet that's exactly what we're going to do? How much do you bet that is exactly what we're doing? I'm going to have to write. So that's what the initialization function is for. Yeah, that's because I remember I mentioned that I was going to write an initializing function because I wanted to be able to activate the databases when we're here. How to figure it out, I'm kind of going at the seam of my pants, and this is it. We're going to use SwitchDB. We will select what we need. For instance, this will be the documents. So we're going to initialize our documents, and then we're going to switch the user right here. And then from that, we should be able to switch all of our documents to where they need to be. So that means I can keep this. I don't have to input in database, this alias right here. This we don't need, which means I don't need to muddle up this right here. But what it does mean is that we need in Mongo, particularly the service, we'll have to write an initialization function. So initialize. So we'll call this initialize DB. It will be a class method. And in it, we will take a list. Oh, we'll take a list of strings. And we'll call this the DB list. There we go. This won't output anything. We don't want this to output anything. But what we do want it to... Did I spell initialize? I did. Okay, I spelled initialize wrong. I put it initialize. Okay. Initialize. All right then. Then from here, we'll do switch DB. All right then. So here we'll do switch DB. And then this should be a for loop. For DB list. For DB and DB list. There we go. We can then simply switch the database, and then we can switch it to the other alias. So this will be the alias right here. We'll have to... So, let's see here. DB alias, and this will be equal to alias. I'm busy thinking. I am contemplating. Yeah, because this will probably have to... Okay, this might not... We might not have it live here in Mongo service. We will have to put it somewhere else. Because what we're going to have to do is build services for all of our... This should actually be there. This should be in the service section of our database. Our data structure. So we have web page doc. We should make it... Here it is, web page service. This is where we should have the initialize function. Or we should at least have some kind of initialize function. Because that way, we can then simply call it, and we can... Alright, the idea here is I'm going to eventually have a document here. We'll call this the connections. And this will simply be this will simply be a, this is going to be an any connection. But the idea is that we'll have on one side, we will have the web page doc. And then on the other, it will be the, like this. And this will be web page service. Like so. So this will be in a completely different location. We'll put it at the end for now. But the idea is that we'll have something like, I spelled it wrong, didn't I? I did. I spelled it wrong. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I still need to work on it, but the idea here is that we'll have this, and then when I say I call initialize, it will be able to go in and say, all right, get the document we want. We'll then initialize the service, and we'll know exactly which database to connect to. And then that way, I won't have to fiddle with, there won't have to be any randomization. It'll just all work in the background for us. Question is where should I put it? Yeah, that's the big question. Where should it go? And it's all going to be predicated on this switch DB function. Oh, whoops, I noticed that was blocking everything. Okay, let me show you what I was talking about. I just noticed I was blocking everything so no one could see anything. Let's see, where are you, webpage? Here you are. So, was I doing it? Where was I doing the example? I don't see it. Here it is, this one. So here it is right here. So the idea is that we would end up creating a structure like this, where we would have a dictionary with our web service or our document, and it will be pointing to where we need to go. And then when I call initialize, what it will do is it will take the list, it'll take the documents, and then it will know exactly what aliases we need to use and switch to those. If we pass in a database, then it will go with that. If not, then it will switch to a different alias. That's the general idea. And by doing it this way, everything is kept in the background, and we won't have to have those who are on the front end messing with it. They won't have to even think about it. They won't have to know about what connections they need, what aliases they need. We'll have it all in the back. So that's kind of what the idea here is with this. Initialize DB. Because I could actually kind of do it right now if I wanted. I could simply put right up here. Hey, Anshul. Anshul? Hey, how's it going? Progress is going well. We have a working database. We have done our scraping. The scrapers work, the database is working. Now we're building out the alias system so that I can have multiple connections occurring at the same time. Yeah, make sure that everything is the way it should be. So first thing I need to do is build something else. So we'll just call this the alias dict. There we go. Now, yeah, now this is where it comes in. I'm tempted. Actually, I'm tempted to just kind of, just work on this, work on that bit in a bit. So this will be the alias right here. We can put the alias here as a database as well. In fact, we'll even set here, alias. There. So yeah, I think that will be fine. Oh yeah, I remember why we're doing this too. It's because of our web doc right here. this needs to be transferred over to our alias. So I'm going to, let's see here. Where are you, Mongo service? Initialize database. We'll form a connection and we'll switch it. Can I see a live demo? All right, all right. I can show you, I can show it real quick. I guess which part would you want to see? How about we do this? We'll load this up. We'll load this up. We will, because we're working in the quite the back end, so it's a little bit borked. What I can show you is, let's see here. Okay, here we'll go. What we'll do is we'll go here. We'll go to the ROM hack or GameFAQ Selenium. We'll go ahead and run this. We'll go ahead and set that up. There we go. As you can see, it goes in. We can go extract our data. And the idea is that once we enter here, we can then go in and type in a variety of different things. For instance, self.download sitemap, or we can do, we're setting it up for this one right now, but if it was the ROM hacking, we could also do extract ROM hacks, or we could do extract homebrew. We can do these functions, and then once that does that, it will cycle through, it'll log it for us, as you can see, cycle through, extract the data, and output it to Mongo Engine. And once you do that, we can then hop over here and go to Web Docs. And here you can see all of the data now. This is all of the web page data right here. We managed to extract out all of the translations, all of the hacks, all the homebrew, And then from here, what we can then do is, if we go to the parser now, we're going to have to set up a connection. Let's see here. Let's see, web page service. Oh yeah, I think this is where we're going to get into a little bit of an issue because I'm busy modifying the web page service. So I wonder if it will work fine if I just load up the parser. Self.generate ROM hack list. And yeah, okay, it's going to complain. It's because we don't have it's because we're not using the appropriate connection. But yeah, the idea here is once we then can parse this out, it will then generate a nice table for us of all of the links, all of the hacks, and all of the stuff available. And then from here, what we can then start doing is, you can see it right here, the URL. Once we have all the URLs, what we can then start doing is going back into ROMHack, extracting out more of the information that we want, and saving that to our database as well. It's kind of a cyclic loop. And then once we do that, then the fun begins. Then we haven't written it yet, but then what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a lot of connections between what data is available from romhack.net and the data that we have from No Intro. Combine those together so we can link everything up, so we'll know what ROM hacks are where, and then we can start, well, building out information. For instance, which games are being translated, which games have translations, which game has been hacked, how many hacks it has. We can also go in and find out compatibility. One of the big things I would like to do is build up a compatibility information database. So a nice example is that there are certain games that will have a hack that was modified on another hack, which was modified on another hack. So it's hackception. And the idea is that we can keep track of that as well. As I mentioned, right now, the system is kind of not really working because of the fact that we're trying to work on the aliases. The alias system is so that we can connect to the different databases that are available. And right now we're busy setting that up. Actually, I bet if I did this, ROM, or we call it what? ROM DB? ROM's DB. If I set this up. Oh. Alright. Oh, yeah. Failed to connect. Difference. Oh, okay. We need to disconnect. Okay. Yeah, we need to disconnect first. I think I'm just going to restart the system. We'll go ahead and connect here. Head on over to our parser. There you are. Run that. And then generate ROM hack list. And, okay, through another error. It must be it's because we're messing with the data. Yeah, it must be because we're messing with the database. But yeah. Well, I'm glad you think it's quite good. Let's see here. I need to find out, why is this throwing an error? Oh. Web page service. Oh yeah, I think it's because we're messing with all that too, isn't it? Where's web page service? Here it is. No, that should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's see here. None type objects. We have a list. We're going to pull out the ROM. That might be it. Oh, that might be it. We haven't updated the parser, have we? Okay, I think I might have figured it out. Parser. The tags. It's no longer... Let's see here. If I recall... Let's go ahead and... Yeah, if I recall... Our tags should be something different now. Let's see here. Tag, translations. I set it to... Let's see here. Hacks. So we just call it hacks. Okay. Let me change this to hacks. And I don't think it'll work there either. Yeah, there we go. It didn't work either. And that's probably because of the fact that it is a... Oh, let's see here. We're not initializing the web page service. All right, we need to do that real quick. So where's initialize? Here's initialize. Self web page service. We're going to equal web page service. There we go. That. There we go. Oh, the white blocks. That is a... There we go. Okay, it works. There we go. Okay, nice. And this outputs a list. So let's go ahead and let's go grab our data. We'll call it data. And of course, it's an untype. All right, I have to figure out what's wrong with it. So the reason why there are white squares is because I'm actually running this through I'm running the box that you can see here of where I'm programming. It is actually a Linux box that I have in the other room. The reason why I'm doing it this way is because of the fact that, one, I kind of want to use Linux for programming. Two, I don't want to have my programming on the exact same computer that I'm streaming. I mean, the last thing I want to have happen is for my program to just consume all the resources available, and it just causes the stream to crash. So because of that, I'm using that, and I guess you could say that I'm using Rust Deck. I believe that's what it's called. Yeah, Rust Deck. Right here, you can see it. Rust Deck. I'm using this as the to connect, and it sometimes messes up. You use Linux Fedora. Oh, everyone keeps talking about Arch Linux, and I'm very curious. I'm very tempted to go over there and use that. Okay, let's do this real quick. So let's grab this. objects. So that should be all right then. Actually, it's a bit surprising that there's nothing there. Did I put the name in wrong for the database? Yeah, I did. I put in the wrong database name. Of course I did. My brain is like mush. This should be RomDB, not RomsDB. And let's make sure that I double check. Yes, RomDB. Okay then. So let's set up the connection again. Oh, let's set up the connection again. Now this is the problem. This is why I don't want. This is why I want to make sure everything is automated and that there's no typo issues, because my brain is mush. So a typo can make you go, "Oh, is the code all wrong?" And then you come to find out, no, it's just that you typed it in wrong. All right then. And I know it's still a none type, but we can now go here. There we go. So let's grab the first one. I want to see something real quick. Tag. Tag is translations. Okay. Why? All right then. Let's go with the last, or let's not go with the last one. Let's go with 50. Hacks. Okay. So it is. So it is there. That must be our query collection then that's messing up. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's probably why it's messing up. So we're returning our query. I'm gonna have to probably modify that. So tag hacks. Let's go ahead and query this ourselves. Tag, and we're going to simply look for hacks. Yeah, I don't know why that's not working. I really don't know why why the query's not, I mean, it's right there. Let's see here. Oh, just call me Panda. Just call me Panda. I'm going to eventually, when I am not so skittish, I will probably eventually just release my my real name. But for now, I'm going to hide behind my avatar. So yeah, I'm going to hide behind my avatar. To modify ROM. I would not. I don't think that would be wise. The reason being is because we're talking about a data. I mean, you could theoretically use it to try and do language modifications. If you've trained enough of it, you could ask it to go in, modify do the translations. But I have concerns about that, largely because it's not a cognitive system. So once if it deletes some data, it's going to do it because it doesn't understand that it shouldn't do that. And one of the biggest things about it is keeping data integrity in these ROMs. Yeah, you could actually, theoretically, you could do that. You would have to do a lot of, you'd have to train it on its ability to acknowledge binary code and find out what particular registries are important. I know that when it comes to a lot of modders, for especially hacking the games, there's a lot of trial and error. They'll go in, they'll say, oh, here is a registry. What happens if I modify this registry? Oh, it makes Mario jump higher if I modify this registry. And then they will keep track of that as they start modifying, saying, okay, I want to make Mario, this is mud, I want to make Mario jump much less high, so we'll modify this registry here. We'll add in some code that will change this registry so that it makes him less jumpy. So there's a lot of, if you can get the AI to decompile it for you and find where everything is working, and then you could go back in and change it up. I think that would work out. Actually, it could. I think AI has the potential to actually do that. You would have to tell it to... You would have to tell the AI, here is my registrar. Here is my registrar. Here's my code. Connect the two. And then, theoretically, the AI should be able to poke each of the registries and see what changes and then connect them for you. I haven't actually done it myself, so I really can't say exactly to what extent it's capable of doing it. But yeah, it's pattern recognition. It's all about, when it comes to messing with registrars, especially in games, it's all about pattern recognition. And that is one thing that AI is really good at. So asking it to help you find the registries definitely will do that. Asking it to modify the game to make, I don't know, give Princess Peach and change Princess Peach's outfit from being her traditional outfit to like a Japanese kimono, that might be a little bit more complicated for it. Oh, so for AI is theoretically it is a pattern recognition tool. All of the training data that it was provided with, it is all language based. Many people around the world had said, hello, how are you doing? So when you type in a question, when you type in a question, because again, this is also something that a lot of non-English speakers would say. So if somebody from, well, okay, we'll just say that all over the world, people ask, how do I greet people in English? And then you have a lot of people who greet each other in English, as well as people asking that question. So what you'll end up having is a connection. I should probably be drawing this. Let me get my tablet and draw. Let me get this out so I can draw this. This is we'll keep it simple. Okay. So very, very simple. You have a group. We'll call this Asia. And they ask how to say hi. Say hi. And from here, you'll have a lot of forms which will give you answers. So they'll say, like, hello world, or go up and greet somebody. Or, even some other people will go, tell them to eat dog poo. They'll just say something. You get a whole list of these texts. And then likewise, on the other side, you will have a lot of movies, you'll have a lot of games, and you'll have a lot of, I don't know, songs. And they will have different greetings like, what's up? What's up? Hi, hello. All of these different things. And they will be tagged as greetings. So this will be tagged as a greeting. So when you ask a question, so how to say hi, it will go over here because this is where all of the, it'll go over here because this is where a lot of these types of questions showed up. And then it will also reference, so how to say, it'll go over here and reference it. And it'll pull out these X parts, and then it'll also go over here and it'll say these are tagged as greetings. And then it'll just start generating a list of what it finds, where these are correlated and connected. And in fact, some of these you'll actually end up going over here and pulling as well. So at the end, how to say hi, you'll get something like hello. You'll get hello world from the LLM. This is one reason why, like, poisoning these things can be very effective. Because if you had enough people say something like, saying hi is eat dog poo, then the AI will actually draw these connections and go, oh, when someone says how to say hi, they actually want to know how to eat dog poo. So yeah, it's all pattern recognition and figuring out probabilities about what to say next and what to say next and such. It's very interesting. I hope this makes sense. This basic explanation. Asking it to turn GTA 5 into 4 is a no. Kind of, yeah, yeah. That is a full engine rewrite, and that will it would it could potentially change the assets for you, especially if it's something very basic. Like an example. There are so many games out there being developed with Unity nowadays, and they all use very similar frameworks. In fact, I think a lot of them might even use the similar pipelines for doing stuff. So if you asked a bot that was trained on Unity and game engine to make a platformer, it could get you quite a ways of the way through it, because so many games use Unity, and it can reference those as a training set. But if you, for instance, asked the LLM to hack an old Nintendo game, and last I checked, there's not very many training data on hacking Nintendo games. It will kind of fail because there's nothing to reference. Exactly. You hit the nail right on the head. This is how LLMs work. And because they can get so very large, the what is it called? The context range, because how many characters you can put into it, because it can get so long, you could actually use it for figuring out a lot of details. Yeah, because it's pretty much a huge level of math. This is what these AI models are. This is math disguised as English. And that's kind of what makes it fun to learn about them. Okay, let's see here. The web service is having an error. When I run this, let's see here. When I run this, it works. Okay, wait, why does it works? Okay. That works. That means the none type is from somewhere else. No, that. Okay, thank you. You're working now. Why are you working? We ignore you for a few minutes, and then voila, you start working. Okay, here's my list of data that I was trying to show you. Okay, here's the list of all of the ROM hacks. As you can see, here's all the hacks. There's a lot of them. Oh, there's a lot of them. Oh yeah. But then the idea here is we'll take all of these hacks, all of this information, and then we'll start extracting each individual one. If I wanted to go in, for instance, say, oh, I want to Mega Man. Let's look at Mega Man. Okay, we'll call this the Mega, or we'll call this Mega Man. And this will be the complete ROM selection. Now let's see here. This should be... Oh, I just forgot. It's not... Surprisingly, it's not that much. I've worked with databases with millions of entries. I've built databases with millions of entries. Okay then. There we go, original game. Alright, I forgot. As again, my memory's a sieve. And I'm going to put in Mega Man 3. Let's make sure that this is proper. We're just subsetting this data. That's all we're doing. We're just subsetting this. There we go. Now if we go to Mega Man. Here we go. Let's view you. And of course, what did I get wrong? How much do you bet it's the way that how much do you bet they put a space in Mega Man? No. All right. Let's go back to our list real quick. Make sure that I am hitting the proper column. Oh, wait. I see. No, wait, that's correct. That's correct. Okay. Yeah, it's all type sensitive. Original game, we were looking for Mega space. Oh, Mega Man is capital. All of it's capitalized. Okay. All right, all of it's capitalized. Mega Man 3. There we go. 73. Oh my. That is a lot of hacks for Mega Man 3. Oh, that's a lot of hacks for him. But yeah, you can kind of see here. And then we have the dates in which they were released. We have the versions that they were released. And then here's all the different titles. And then the idea will be to go into there, grab that, and then we can start fleshing it out. I've been actually having fun looking at Hugging Face because I want to concatenate a lot of the information that is provided. Particularly, I want to know because there's certain details that I don't have, and there's just no way to get it without going into the database. Let me show you what I mean. So, let me show you what I mean. This is something we'll be working on a bit later. Here we go, ROM hacks. Okay. And Mega Man. We'll go with Mega Man. Let's see here. Mega Man 3. There we go. Mega Man 3. Okay. So here's all of those different hacks. We'll go here. So here... Oh, not that one. Not that one. Gate improvements. Weapons. At Tokyo. At the Tokyo Games. Oh. That is very... Oh, I want to play this. This looks fun. I see Bowser in there. But okay, this is kind of a good idea. This is a good example right here. So if you look at it, you'll see that there was a lot of ASM work that was done to convert Mega Man, to convert this. There was, they added in like the Yellow Devil. They changed up some of the weapons, the bosses, the layout and such. So as you can see, there's a lot of data in here that we will need to track in our database because I'll need to know these things. But the main thing, oh, yes, you can scrape images. It's actually very easy. If you go into here, let's see here. Let's go inspect. There it is right there. You can find the image source right there. And then from here you can use, since I'm using Selenium, Selenium has a download image function, so you can easily call that. But if you don't want to use Selenium, you can actually use liburl3 to just go in and fetch the data. It will be a byte stream. So what you would do is you would call to access this image, and then you would take all of the bytes, put it into a file, and then from there you can then reconstruct the image. So effectively you would just be, as it's uploading or trying to, you call it, it will download it, and then you can use it. We'll have to write that later, but yeah, you can scrape images, and then I'll definitely be doing that as well. That's something we'll definitely be working on. Right now, we're focusing on the data, because you have image storage, it can get very large very quickly. Images can get, man, they're very, very large. And as such, I need to focus on, I'll need to work on that. Do you need to know the website? It depends. It depends. It depends how well the program, how well it is. Oh, it depends how well the website is formatted. If we go to a website, for instance, this is very nicely formatted. Oh, I really like the formatting for this website. If we go, all right, it won't let me. But if we go here, you can see it has divs, A's. A's have references. Divs are used for defining names. You can see that they have, if there's a table involved, they'll put it in T-body. It's nicely structured. So a lot of tools can easily go in and automatically pull this stuff out. You don't have to finagle with it. But if you're going to go to a website like, let's go have fun crapping on this website. If you go to this website here, oh, I gotta log in. All right, let me log in. Okay, let me log in real quick. If you go to X, you'll find out that it's absolutely a pile of dog turds. X is so horribly optima. Oh, I hate it. I think they do it on purpose. I really do. Let's see, where is my... Here it is. Okay. All right, let me sign into here. And all right, okay, I'm in. All right, I am in. Let me go ahead and bring this back up so I can show you. So here we go. Here is our good friend X. And then if you go, oh hey, math video. Anyway, if you go in here, we do inspect this element. You'll quickly find. Oh, why? All right, let me expand this a bit. All right, if you go in here and look, you will quickly find it is a div upon div nightmare. Look at this. Look at that. We have a div. Like, how many divs do we have to go into here? Let's see here. We have a div class, and then it's some random garbage. Then we have another div, which leads to another div, then another div. Then we finally have the actual tweet. And then from there, we get another div, another div, another div. And then eventually, if we go down, we'll eventually make it to... Let's see, where is the text? I think it's like 9, 10 divs in. Yeah, it's 9, 10. And then you get a span at the end. So yeah, like, look at this. Look at all of this junk you have to go through just to get to a tweet. And this is for every single tweet. And it changes based off of where you are interfacing with it. For instance, if I click on, I don't know. Oh, why don't we go into this tweet here? If I click on this tweet, suddenly all of the divs change because it's not the same. It's not the same formatting. We're now going into an actual tweet. So because it all changes, you're going to have to change your code. This was a giant pain in... I had to write a scraper for this website, and it was a giant pain in the butt because of the fact that there is zero standardization anywhere. So I had to kind of write the code to dynamically go in and find the text, which is a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt to say the least. Well, I'll be kind of rewriting that myself because I want to still dynamically extract out text. Because when they do something like this with an @grok, let's inspect here. Because here it is. Like, for instance, here the span originally held the text, but now that they added an @ function, now they added a div afterwards instead of, I don't know, instead of having text and then separating them out into individual components. And then here's another span for more text. Like, this is a horrible mess. Like, this is truly a giant mess. I think this might be why development for X, well, Grok is a completely different thing. Most likely they figured this out long ago. But yeah, I think that one of the reasons why a lot of things stay the same because when Elon Musk bought Twitter, a lot of things did not change. A lot of things did, like the naming, but the horrible structure of it stayed the same. They never changed anything. And it leads me to think that this horrible structure that was set up, it's like old legacy code, and then everybody that is there now doesn't know what to do with the legacy code, so they just ignore it, and then they just keep adding to it, which is why it gets worse and worse and worse. But yeah, I wrote a scraper for this. It was a pain in the butt to do because of all of this div nonsense. But I did learn a lot about scrapers. Yeah, exactly. Adding spaghetti to spaghetti. Anyway, let's go back to ROM hacking. Oh, horse worm parasite. Oh, okay. Let's not look at parasites. Let's not look at parasites. I will watch that later. I don't think anyone on stream wants to watch a parasite coming out of an insect. Yeah, don't get distracted. Exactly. Well, we kind of already got distracted because we went off on a little bit of a tangent. But anyway. But yeah, what I'm doing now is, as I mentioned, setting up the structures here. Because we want to set up because I want to set up web service, and I want to set it up so that we define all of the aliases. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to set up an initialization function somewhere. I was thinking of maybe setting it here. Actually, let's put it here for now. We'll go ahead and not even have it part of our... Not even have it part of that. Oh, yeah, because this is where the problem lies. Because I need to figure out... Oh, I know. A base service. I think I have... I think that might be exactly what we need to do. Base service right here. So for a base... Let's see here. A base service is we input a document, then we can create said document. And then from here, we are also... Yeah, we're pulling this in here. Okay. So I think it might need to be... Could it be here? I think so. Because if we set it here in the base service... Theoretically, I could do it any way I want. So why don't we go ahead and do that right now then? Let's see here, and then this will... Oh, this is just going to be alias. And then I will put in... Let's see here. We'll put alias right here. And this will also be a... We'll connect... It all will be based off of something else, so... We'll put a string right here for now. That means when we're now in our further service down the road here, we can then... Here's initialize database. So we don't need to do that now. Let's see here, Mongo service. We no longer have that. That doesn't exist. Yeah, I really need to figure... all right. Okay, like last time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit on this, think about it, to figure out the... Hey, Sesame, how's it going? What I'm going to do is I'm going to sit on this question and think about it, because there's a way I kind of want to do it, but I'm having trouble kind of visualizing it. So I'm going to have to draw this out. So in the meantime, since we already already know what the general structure is, what we can do is go ahead and just start working on our other scrapers. So here's Mongo service. Let's set this to GameFAQs. There we go. Now that we have this set to GameFAQs, our default is GameFAQs, so we can worry about that later. And then from over here, we can go to our GameFAQs Selenium. There it is, right there. GameFAQs Selenium. And let's go ahead and set this up. There it is, scraper. Okay, there we go. And then from here, we can then do the download the sitemap. Since we already set the... You know, I should probably set this to be its own little window. Anyway, we'll worry about that later. And then from here, we can then do self.download sitemap. Okay, so it should be downloading it for us. Since we, as I said, since we established our default connection, it's just going to save everything into our GameFAQs database. If we go over here now and refresh. Oh, come on, refresh. I wish the refresh button was in an easy location. Where is refresh? Okay. Okay, alright. Alright, we'll worry about that in a sec. I think I know where it is. I think I need to actually establish a new connection here. And we'll call this GameFAQs. There it is, okay. Here it is. There's our web page download right there. There we go, okay. And then that's our sitemap. So we can access our sitemap. Nice. Now let's go ahead and head on down. We were busy testing, this was our decoding function. This was for, yeah, because we wanted to start extracting out the data. Because the idea was that we would download it, we would then parse out all of the information, and then from there we could then proceed to start going through and extracting more of the data. So this would actually be part of the parser right here. Yeah, this would be part of our parser. So we should probably put down a to-do. Move to parser. All right. So G happens to be... Oh, I'm just going to go access it directly right now. So that's G. We run that. There we go. So if we check out our right here. Okay, so here we go. There's the 3DO. There's the 3DS. So we can see all of the different games, all of their information, as well as all of the sitemap information. So if we want to go and get the game info for 3DO, then that's what we do. Then there it is right there. I should probably transpose this. We probably should transpose the... we probably should transpose this. That's better. That's better. I like that more. Yeah, I like that more. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of... This website has a lot of data. Oh, it has a ton of data. And we can't extract it all at once. So we'll have to build a... We will have to time it. We will have to time it for... Or schedule it, I should say. We will have to write a scheduler for this. For now, why don't we go ahead and grab one of these? So systemdf will want to locate. So we'll want to find... it's going to be games. But we also want to find... Oh, what are you? We can put 3DO down. Oh. It did not like games. Why did you not like games? It's because it's just called game. Okay, and 3DO is capitalized. Why don't we pick something we like? Nintendo 64. There we go. Or Nintendo 64. All right, let's do that one. Nintendo 64 game. There we go. There's our site path. Let's go ahead and grab that. So this will be our extension. This will be the URL extension. And then from here we'll have self.main. Capitalize that. Main URL plus the URL extension. I should probably do a joint path, but I think that's fine like this. All right. Self dot Selenium driver dot go to URL. We'll go here. So let's head on. Oh, let's define that and then go. All right. So now we should be. Here we are. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. This is going to be a, because here now we have a list of all of the, all of these. I think because of due to the nature of this, it might be better to, because theoretically I could go in and just download, or download every single page and then compile it. Theoretically, I probably should. Yeah, theoretically. Okay. All right, let's do that. Let's write that up. It's better to do it that way and then compile it later. It's better to do that and then compile it later. So let's set that up. Oh, go on. Go lay down. Go on, go lay down. Go lay down. My dog is bothering me. Okay. All right then, so we are going to, we're going to do the exact same thing that we did last time. So we'll do web page right here. And then self.selenium. Actually, let's just, all right, we're actually almost there. Download, there we go. Then doc will be a, so this will be a web page doc, and then we're going to web page, there it is, web page service, create document. Now this will happen to be, we need to I don't think I need to go in and save each individual file. Yeah, I don't think I need to do that. So what we'll do is we'll create a list of all of the URLs and then go through that list and save those pages instead. So we have ourselves this. So we'll call this LHTML. And then, all right, I'm going to go grab this from the parser. Where are you, parser? Here, this one. We want this. We want that. So let's see here. Web page. We download. Well, we're turning that web page into a bit string. So let's go ahead and do self.selenium driver. And then from here, we're going to get the current page. So current, not download, pool current page source. There we go. All right, let's import in HTML elements. There we go. Then lhtml.xpath. Let's find out what our xpath is for this file here. Because the structure is the same for all of them, I think I only need to do it once, and then it will work fine for everywhere else. So here, inspect. Our URL, oh, it's a UL. Oh, that's actually very, That actually might make it very easy. Inspect. There we go. Yes, it's a ULLIA. Oh, okay. That's perfect. So what we can do is we can go UL-LIA and then we will grab the href. That sounds fantastic. So that means we'll be ULLIA and we want the href. So with that in mind, oh, expected string or bits. Oh yeah, we didn't define LMXML, did we yet? Let's define that. And okay, why are you throwing it? Why are you complaining, you? Pulling the page source should be a string. Oh, it's an element. I'm already converting it to an element, am I? Okay. In that case, we'll fix this in post. Driver.pageSource. Oh, HTML element's not defined. I swear, the typing is always causing me trouble. There we go. Are you happy? Yes, there we go. Okay. Nice. All right, so now we have our list of all of our values. So what we can then do here is we can do a simple for loop across it. So we'll call this the game list. It's a list of strings. And then for, we should probably call this, instead of game list, this should be dir, a directory list, because that's what that is. There we go. And this will be for game dir in dir list. We will then go to that URL. So let's see here. So this will be game dir. We'll go there. We'll then download it. We will then create document. There we go. And then from here, is there anything? The structure-wise, game N64 and then 00. Okay. If that's the case, then for the name, we should probably... Oh. This, right here. Okay, then. So this will be the console. So this is a... Alright, so console. This will be the field, or this will be the topic. This is game. Alright, let's go ahead and copy these over. And this will be called the file name. I will have to standardize this. So this will be the console, this will be the topic. And then last but not least, we want to put the page in. So, actually, I know. We'll go with game dir. We'll split it. This is a bit hokey. I'm going to have to change that. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to change this because we can get the directory name all the way from up here. But alright, we'll go with that for now. Let's go ahead and change topic. There we go. So now if we run this, oh, we forgot. We need this. Okay, we need to finish the document saving. Okay. So we have doc. We have doc. We need to put in file name. So file name. We need to put in the type, which would be a... This is theoretically a sitemap. Let's see here. This is theoretically a sitemap, but at the same time, it's not exactly a sitemap. I think we're going to call it a... We're going to go with... Yeah, we're going to go for sitemap for now, because that's theoretically what this is. These are all sitemaps of the different games, files. Alright then, so we have that. Then we're going to put in a tag. So for our tag, we're going to put down console. I think console will be fine. Anything else that we need to add in here? I think that's it. Alright, we'll do save. Alright, so let's run. Let's run this block. Okay, let's run this block. Let's see how this is faring. Let's go back over here to our Chrome browser. Oh, there's 00. All right. We should probably go ahead and exit that. Okay, maybe not. We're at B now. Oh, C now. Okay, it's working. Oh, it's working. Okay, I guess let's just watch it go through. All right, let's watch this go through. Hey, Earthbound 64. Wait, I don't think that Earthbound 64 ever was released, was it? I wish... Was there a leak of Earthbound 64? I'm very curious. I would love to try it out if there is a copy available. I might have to check out some of the resources and see if it was ever found. But I wonder. Okay, yeah, that's working pretty well. All right, I guess let's. All right, we're at J now. Let's just ignore that and let's let that run. But because that works now, we need to hop over to our parsers. Here we go. So we need to now make a new parser. We'll go ahead and copy this one. Copy, paste. This will be GameFAQs parser. There we go. We'll go ahead and add. And let's see here. That's the main URL. GameFAQs.gamespot. What was it? Org or something? What is it? .com. Okay. .com. And let's see here. So data scraping. So this will be generate ROM list, or this will be generate game list. We will want to put in the console. Oh, we should probably make an enum for consoles. So this will be console. Yeah, I'm going to make this a... Okay then, let's call this the console enum, or game console enum. Oh my, I'm going to have to start separating out these enums, aren't I? Yeah, I think I'm going to have to start separating out these enums because we're now just getting an extra long list. So we have game. Let's see, which one should we copy? Maybe web types? Perspective. Nerd. Yeah, they're all about the same. Alright, let's just grab one. How about we grab you? Okay. Web types. Congratulations, you're going to now be modified. This is now game console enum. And naturally, I need to rename this. We want to keep the naming the same. There we go. Game console enum. Enum. And then from here, we're going to input a bunch of different consoles. Why don't we ask... oh, I know. We have a list of... Let's see, where are you? This is a job for Meeseeks. Let's ask Mr. Meeseeks and so he can do it. Okay, where is the list? Not dir, list. It should be like complete. Okay, where's my database? Okay, where's that data? Where's that earlier database that we were just looking at? Not systems dict. No, where are you? Is it... No, it's not games list. Not games dir. Did I accidentally delete it? Did I do something daft and delete it? Yeah, I think I did something daft and might have deleted it. Where? Well, that's all of the dir list. Alright. Let's recreate it real quick. Let's see. Oh, hey. Our scraping is done. Nice. Okay. Let's get back over here to our scraper. Alright, ROM hacking parser. We don't need you up. GameFAQs Selenium right here. Systems dirp. Okay, let's df. I think that might be the issue there. The naming is not very good. Yeah, the naming is not very good. Okay, but now we have that. Let's go ahead and get the index. All right, let's turn this to a list. Oh, perfect. Nice. Okay. Nice. Let's copy that. Let's copy this. This is a long list. Oh my. This is a very, very long list. Okay. All right, we have it copied. Let's go into Mr. Meeseeks. You're not Mr. Meeseeks. Here we go, Mr. Meeseeks. Okay. All right. Hi, Mr. Meeseeks. How are you doing? So, for Python, write an enum for the following list of consoles. The structure of the enum file, or the enum entries, is as follows. And then from here, it's going to be the console. This will be X, then console, and and then let's see here. We'll just call it the acronym. And then last but not least, we'll go with, I think, actually, let's just go with that for now. I could put description. So, console is the name of the entry in the list. X is an increment value. Acronym, I keep spelling wrong. Okay, acronym is the abbreviation of the console. Description is a few word description of the console. Oh, and we should probably also add in owner company. So we'll call company. Let's see here. Let's make sure that everything is properly named. And then here we go. Company is the developer of the console. There we go. Okay. I think that should be good enough for explanations. The list of consoles is below. There. And last but not least, you are a bot. Just produce the list. No talking. Okay, there we go. There we go, nice. Okay. Now let's let that work. While that's working, let's go to our game console. So we said that we were going to have the index, the code. We also were going to have the acronym. And I need to learn how to spell. Oh my. Okay then. All right then, so there we go, acronym. Go ahead and add this property in as well. Acronym. Acronym. Go ahead and put that here as well now. And then last but not least, there we go. Okay. There we go. All right, let's see. Where's Mr. Meeseeks? How is Mr. Meeseeks doing? Is he done yet? He made it to, okay, 154. Is that how many, our list, how long our list is? Yes, it is. Okay, so it looks like he did all of them. All right then, let's go ahead and grab the list. I do not know why it... Oh, I know why now. Okay. We'll copy that. Let's go ahead and paste this. There we go. Now then, the question is how accurate is this? So 3DO and 3DS, apparently, yeah, apparently those are... We should probably put in Panasonic 3DO. And this is Nintendo 3DS. We'll have to build a little thing there for that. We go 3DO, 3DS, AA, AM, AV, AFTV. Wait, is Amazon Fire TV? That's an item in the list. Is that a I don't think that's a game console, but it's on GameFAQs, so. Okay then. Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, Game Wave, Gamecom, GameCube, Game Gear. Okay then, so I actually think that this is fairly accurate. Neo Geo, Nintendo, let's see, Nintendo 64, N64, that's correct. Nintendo Switch, NS, NS2, NDD, N64 DD. Oh my, okay, for a second I thought that these were wrong, but no, that's correct. Okay. All right. Let's do the ultimate test. If I run this, okay, positional argument error. Okay, what is the problem? 6 arguments were given. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, oh, I see. So we have the... Okay, let's see here. What did I ask it to do again? let's go back and confirm what my list of items were. So console equals X console acronym company description. It added in. Okay then, so this would be X console acronym company description. So X code acronym company. We're missing company. Okay then. All right, let's make sure that we get the company in there. All right, there we go. Okay, we've run this, and okay, there we go. Now, if I type in game console enum, I can go in and Game Boy, and there we go. Okay, it is working. So we have our enum is done. Perfect. Now we have our enum set. What we can now do is, let's see here. We have our GameFAQs parser. So yeah. Let's go ahead and import this here. There we go. So now with console, we should theoretically be able to just go in and start grabbing stuff. Now, because of the fact that there is a kind of a... Because of the fact that what the code is and versus what they have, we're going to have to kind of write a compatibility layer here. So we should write down here, we'll call it oh, this is in the parser. Technically, this should be fine because we're going to attribute or attach this to an enum field. That's what, because the parser only interfaces with the database. It doesn't interface with the internet. So the main problem here is the scraper. The scraper needs to access the game's console's enum as well. Particularly console right here. This is no longer going to be a string. This is going to be the game console enum. All right. And for this, we'll simply have it define. This will be get. All right, get console. Get console name or get console directory. I guess something like that. And then here we'll simply put in console. Oh. Yeah, then here we'll put in console. This will be the not the game stack. Game console enum. There we go. And this will return a string. If console is equal to, yeah, this is going to get a bit bloated, mind you. But this is kind of the way we're going to have to do it for now. We'll pick certain ones. So we won't do the entire list. Eventually we can, but if this equals Game Boy, then the return file will be... Oh, actually, you know what? We could actually, instead of doing something like this, we already pull out our data. Where are you? Here, this one. Let's go check that out again. Here we go. System FDIR. Yeah, so we have these already. I bet we should probably add in a list, an extension to this. Common acronyms. Actually, these are the codes that they use. We should probably do that. We should add that into there. So let's head back over to the enum real quick. here we go. We should probably put in... Oh yeah, we're going to have... This is going to be... Oh, we're going to have to... This is going to be painful. We're going to have to find a way to speed this up. I have an idea. I have an idea. It's an old way I used to do that to make it much faster in doing it. But for now, let's go ahead and... Let's see here. For now, let's go ahead and add this in. So we have acronym. This should be a list. That's what this should be. Because a lot of consoles have varying acronyms. Actually, you know what? I'm going to be... Let's try this real quick. Let's try this. I'm going to go... Maybe I'm thinking too hard about this. Maybe I'm thinking too hard about this. Let's just go into here. We have ourselves... Let's see here. System dir, df. We're going to make this... We'll call this the... console enum. And then from here... Oh, we need... All right. Let's see here. I know what I want to do. I just need to think about how to do it. Let's see here. All right. I have an idea. I have a idea. This will be a class method. This is going to be this is going to be, get rid of you because you're in the way. Here, this one. All right, thank you. So this will be get enum by alias, and then we'll simply bring in alias. This will be a string for now, and then this will return our game console enum. And then from here, actually I probably could put T down. I can probably just put T here. And then what we'll do is we'll return, and then from here we can go with CLS, or this will be the GCE for GCE in, let's see here. I'm thinking because in CLS. So if, and this will be the game console list. So if we're able to get something, then we're going to return the first element. If not, then we return none. That means this will be optional. There we go. Yeah, so this will be optional. So now when I run this, if I go with games console enum, get this by alias, and we want to get the 3DS, and we pull out, why did we pull out Panasonic? Oh yeah, I see. Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot. Okay. Oops. All right, I forgot. If GCE dot alias is equal to alias. There we go. Okay. I forgot something. Okay, ignore me. There we go. And okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, I'm going crazy. Let's see here. Enum object has no attribute alias. Thank you. Acronym. Acronym. Okay then. And then we're going to return none. Technically, we don't need to do a return none. We'll just do return, and there we go. Okay. Try that one more time. And it didn't show up. Okay, why did it not show up? It looks like it might be working, but why did 3DS not show up? It's because it's capitalized. Okay. It's because it's capitalized. Alright. That means we want to make sure that everything is in the same typing. So we'll go ahead and upper everything. And there we go. Okay, it now generated it back. So we can now access that, and then we can get the acronym. So from here, let's hop back over to Selenium. So let's see here. We have Dia. Oh. All right, so here we have the console. We're generating this, and then let's see here. We're doing that. We should probably do it before we create. No, we probably should not. We should probably do it. I'm trying to think of the best time to do it. I could do a map function. Let's try it. Let's just try and pass the enum in here. Sometimes when you're creating a database, actually wait, I remember it likes to cause lots of trouble. I remember it's a big giant pain in the butt. So what we should do here is we should create ourselves our system df, and then system df dot, oh, not map. What we would like to do is go with code dot, not map. What was the other one called? Okay, what is it? It's not map. It's kind of like map, but it's not map. Apply. I think it's apply. So what we want to apply is our game console enum. So game console enum get. Okay, this is going to be a lambda function. X for let's see here. X for, I spelled lambda wrong. This will be a get acronym via X. There we go. We don't need to have the X in front. There we go. And then last but not least, we're going to simply take all of this and put this here. We'll call this the GCE. Call it GCE for now. Okay then. So how is this faring? And over here we have, all right, so it's working. We put the enum in. Apparently this is actually very good because now we can see that there's actually a lot of problems. A lot of these do not have overlap, surprisingly. So we'll have to find out why. It says here that this is called the Zod. Did it mess up the acronym for that one? Let's go down to Zod and see. It is, yeah, it's the acronym. They called it Zodiac, even though it's known as the Zod. Okay. Oh, this is going to be a lot of fixing, isn't it? I think, let's see here. So this is the index, the code, this is the acronym. So yeah. Okay. I'm very tempted to I'm very tempted to pass this into Meeseeks as well. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? Hey, Kieran, how's it going? Welcome back. Hope you're feeling better. Let's see here. So let's go with system dirdf. Let's get the code out. And we'll simply... There it is. I believe I can do that. Let's go ahead and copy this. These are all of the codes. Let's copy this. Let's go over to Mr. Meeseeks. Much better. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Rest always does the body good. There's Mr. Meeseeks. Okay. So we'll go change the code for each individual entry with the code from this form, from this list. Okay then. Oh, he spoke. I told you not to speak, you. Here's the updated list. I should tell you off. You shouldn't be speaking. I digress. Did you change it? No, you added it to the end. Yeah, it added it to the end, didn't it? Yeah, it did. And it's beginning to double things up, too. Oh my. Oh wait, that's 88 and 98. Okay. It's not doubling up. Okay, so it's not messing up too badly. It's just putting the code in the wrong location. So, wrong. Replay, let's see here. Let's go copy the file up here again. I think I know what I should do. This one. Let's go ahead and copy this. Let's see here. No, don't worry about it. Rest is nothing to be ashamed of. People need to rest. I had a whole rant this morning about the fact that you need sleep. If you do not get sleep, then your body will not repair itself. If your body doesn't repair itself, you will have major complications. Like hair loss or forgetfulness, like you'll lose memories, or muscle wasting. Sleep is very important. Even 5 minutes. A 5-minute nap will do the body infinitely better than not having a rest at all. So there's nothing wrong with sleep. In fact, more people should get more sleep. In fact, we should go to the businesses which demand people to sleep less, beat them with a stick and tell them no. Allow your people to sleep. Sleep is important. Very important. Okay. Let's copy this again. All right, this Meeseeks, you failed. You failed. Let's copy and paste this here. Now let's go grab our list of acronyms that we had earlier. Here's the acronyms. There we go. And since the acronyms are small, we'll have to change the code to make it all lower. Okay. We'll put this here. And let's go up and make sure that we define this. So the list of acronyms for the console list above. Okay. This should theoretically work now. And it looks like it's working. Okay, it looks like it's doing what we told it to do. So with that in mind, let's quickly go, while that's running, let's go over here, change this to lower. All right, so there we go. It's now lower. I think returning none should be fine. And then what we'll do is we'll rerun this. And then hopefully it should work fine. I see this complaining. And theoretically, we don't need that now. Because we're setting up our enum to use those codes. We're assuming that the entire industry uses these acronyms. I do know for a fact that there are places that do not do that. And that's largely because their consoles, for instance, the Famicom Disk System, or the Famicom, or the Sega Genesis and the Master System, because they're different regions, they use different acronyms. So it's very important to. So we might have to consolidate the data a little bit. We can worry about that later. Actually, thinking about it, I should have probably told it to make it a list. Okay, it should be done. Let's go grab it. I know. Put the acronyms in a list. There we go. Oh no. It didn't give me... No. You got it all wrong. Well, it is a Meeseeks. It is a Meeseeks. Let's try this one more time. Oh boy, it's probably a good thing that I'm using the free tier. It is probably a good thing, because otherwise I would have... whatever company I'm working with would be very angry. I'm wasting all of their resources. So let's see here. We should put it up here in our... right here, acronym. There we go, like that. Acronym is an abbreviation of the console and is in a list. There we go. Aha, perfect. Nice. Okay then. That is good. That is good to see that it's working. Let's change this up real quick, because we're slowly changing this up. So for now we're doing acronym. So instead of being is equal to, we'll change this lower if the acronym is in our list of acronyms. There we go. Oh, I don't think I need the is, just in. There we go. There. Now we can create a list of all of the acronyms for the different consoles. That way we can consolidate where we need to. And if there are any other special acronyms out there, then we can put them in. As I mentioned, I know that, for instance, Master System, Sega Genesis, these are the same console. Same thing with the Famicom. I think it's called... I forgot what the Famicom was, but the English is Nintendo Entertainment System. But it's not just there. For instance, in different regions, like in China, it's called... what was it? The Q64? I think in China it's called Q64 for the Nintendo 64. And that was N64. So yeah, we were going to... and there's the exact same thing. So we're going to... yeah, there wasn't even a change in like the output of the format, because at least with the Genesis and the Master System, their output was... because the UK uses a different... they used 50 hertz when it came to their frequencies of their TVs, while in the US it was 60 hertz. So at least there are some structural difference, but for that one, it was really just censorship. Okay, let's go copy that. There you are. Let's copy you. There we go. Let's replace these again. Oh. There, and then last but not least, let's go up here and add in the appropriate. This is Panasonic 3DO, and then this is the Nintendo 3DS. Okay. So Nintendo. Oh, let's see here. Is there a new 3DS in here? I don't see. Let's see here. 3DS. No, there isn't. Okay, yeah, that's first acronym we need to add. Okay. First acronym we need to add. N3DS. And then we also need to add in 2DS. And because Nintendo was very weird, new 2DS. I don't know why they did that, but there we go. Okay. So we have our acronyms there. And I think that is fine. PlayStation. Let's go down to that one. Here we go. PlayStation is not just PS, but it was also PS1. And for some strange reason, people love to call it... I always remembered it as PSX. Maybe it's a sign of the show of how old I am, because originally we always called it PSX. If ever you wanted to access it, PSX. And then Sony released PlayStation 1 console, which was the reformatted version when the PlayStation 2 came out. There we go. Okay. I'm actually very... We should Oh, anyway. I'm actually thinking about all of the potential things we can add in here, but I think this is fine for now. So, okay, Sega CD. There's the Pico. Nintendo 64 was the other one. There we go. Nintendo 64. Oh, okay, let's try an N64. There it is. Oh, I think I might want to change that. I don't want to use the acronym for here, so we're going to expand this. Nintendo 64. Nintendo 64 DD. There we go. And then we'll call this the Nintendo Entertainment System. All right. Now we'll see here. Famicom. There we go. Famicom the system. I remember that was like FDS. Yeah, they call it Famicom DS here, but I also remember it being FDS. Boy, I hope that there's no other FDSs nearby. No, that's the only one. Okay. Okay then. All right. I think that's the last thing I want to do is go into here we go, Genesis. And I remember this one was not just called Genesis. This was also called GNS and MS for Master System. There's MSX. There's... Oh, here it is. Sega Master System. Oh. That's the 8-bit version. Where's the... Alright. Okay, we should probably go... Okay, I'm going to go back to Genesis for now. There's the 32X. Let's see here. Genesis. Here we go. We'll go ahead and get rid of the MS for now. But yeah, we're going to have... There it is, Mega Drive. There it is. It's the Mega Drive. MD. Thank you. Also known as Mega Drive. Also known as MD. Now, are there any other MDs in this list? No. Oh, 2. Yes. But that's because of the Famicom DS. Okay. All right, I think I can worry about adding in more of those later. The main point is now that we have this set up, if we go to our scraper, particularly this one where we are applying our acronym, and we run it, did it fix the major problem? And the short answer is yes, it did. It looked like it... Oh, come on, don't go back over there. We're not done. Yeah, it worked. Okay, perfect. We now have the enum. That is fantastic. Since we can now define the we can go through here, we can define our enum. So that means our... Actually, what this also means is that... Let's see here. What that also means is that when we want to, like for instance, save the console here, this is no longer going to be... Oh, we should probably change the tag. The tag is a string field, so what we'll do is just simply go console.code. And then this will be our... Let's see, well, this will be our game console enum. We'll go with Nintendo 64, like that. There we go. Okay, that is looking pretty good. Where's console? Here. We'll put code here as well. Anywhere else console is defined? I don't see it. All right, all right. That is looking quite good. So now, if we run this, we should save everything to the database. So let's pick a different console now. So we did Nintendo 64. Why don't we go with PlayStation? There we go. Let's do this on PlayStation. And, oh, there's an error. Why is there an error? Keyvar error. Okay. Why is there a keyvar error? Oh, I found it. I found it. I found it. So we're looking for... So this is the location for the... This is the location. Okay. Because we're extracting out the URL locations. So if I do that... Do I get out my URL extension list? We do. We get a sitemap game PS. Yep. That is correct. Okay. So let's run this. Oh, let's go check out our scraper. Let's see here. How is our scraper doing? Why does it look like it's frozen? Nope. Nope. There you go. Okay. And it looks like we're doing it. Nice. All right. Let's go ahead and minimize. Let's check out our database. Let's see. Here it is. Refresh. And oh my. Oh my. We are missing. Oh. Well, let's stop that. Let's stop this. Actually, if we break it, it's going to crash. I know. Let's do a different break. Oh, it's not going to work. It is freezing. It is freezing. I have no control. All right, we crash you. We'll just load this back up. Crash. All right, there we go. We'll fix that up. Let's see here. This one right here. Game dir splits. Oh, that's why. The last element is a blank. Okay. That's the problem with making it so like this. All right, if that's the case, then what we should do is we should... Let's see, when we grab href, this. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab href. We're also going to grab the text. And this will be the text list. All right. And then what we're simply going to do is we're going to zip these together because it should be the identical. So text list, dir list. This is the game dir. This is the text. And then from here, we'll just simply pass this in so we don't have to do any of that shenanigans. There we go. All right. And I'm going to do a quick test. So the length of text list is equal to the length of dir. If this is not or let's see here, if this is not equal. If this is not equal, we're going to raise a value error, lowercase r for raise. There we go. And then these do not match. So the dir and text do not match. There we go. Okay. All right then. Let's restart everything. Let's see here. Where is our enum? There it is, Mongo service. Let's go ahead and run that. Let's go to our GamesFAQ scraper. GamesFAQ, there it is right there. We'll go ahead and run that. Self is equal to GamesFAQ scraper. We are loading up. There we go. We have loaded. Now, theoretically, what we can do is we can run all of this. Let's see here. So that's our sitemap. So first things first, let's pull out our sitemap and get all of our information. There we go. We have our sitemap. We don't really need to pull it again. Now let's try this with PlayStation. Run. So this should be working now. There we go. It's now working. I noticed that that's a weird name for... I wonder if that's going to cause problems. I will find out later. But for now, let's go ahead and minimize this to the database. And there we go. PlayStation. There we go. 00A. Perfect. All right. Good. It's saving it. Nice. We'll have to redo the Nintendo 64 list. But let's let this run. While this is running... Oh, actually, let's see, time-wise, how long is it taking? About every 20 seconds. Okay. And it's a bit random, too. So I think that should be fine. I think we shouldn't run the risk of being banned. We're just gently, flowing through the database or through the website, just gradually extracting from time to time. We're not trying to ping it 100 times per second. As I said, this is going to take a long time to extract data, but it will be worth it in the end. All right, so we'll have to separate this out. So let's see here. So yeah, this bit needs to be moved to parser. And then this bit needs to be its own function. Let's see here. Yeah, this needs to be its own function, but let's put this in a to-do list for now. And this will be moved to own function. Interface with database to pull table info. There we go. All right. So yeah, that's what we're going to do next. So that theoretically should be the next step in our long list of stuff to do. It's busy extracting. All right. So while we're at it, let's go clear Mr. Meeseeks. Thank you for your help. You may perish. Thanks for your help. You may perish as well. And they're not done yet. So these Mr. Meeseeks don't get to die yet. I'm still using them. So they can still hang out. But what we want to do is go to GamesFAQ. Here we go. So to GamesFAQ, we want to go to the sitemap. All right, we'll head over to... Okay, let's head to the Wii. B. If I click one of these, where does it send me? Directly to the page we want. Nice. That means I just need the URL. We can then go in and access it. This is the About page, correct? I think it... Yeah, it is. It is the About page. So that means we go directly to the page I want. Let's go pick something that might actually have information. How about we go to Bittrip Void? Oh yeah, this is perfect. Oh, this is exactly what I want. Oh, look at this. We get our description, which is what I want. We get the average user scores, the toughness, and the length of play. And then we also can get some game details. For instance, publisher information, release date information, genre information, which we can then add in. I wonder the Metacritic score. Can we access that? Yes, we can. Oh, we can also scrape from Metacritic as well. Oh, we're going to get a lot of stuff from here. E for everyone. Let's see here. What about E for everyone? E for everyone. Yes, we can also do that. We should definitely extract that as well, so that theoretically this will all already exist in the database. Actually, no, it won't, because if you remember, no intro just holds the checksums. No intro doesn't have any other information. It just has checksums and it has the name of the game. So we're going to have to get this from here and to fill this out. So yeah, we need all of this data. Oh, we need all of this data. Also known as I'm going to have to yeah, I forgot about that. We're going to have to work with that. That will have to be we'll have to add that to our database, to one of the, we'll make it one of the columns. It'll have to be a list as well. But what that does mean is that we'll need, let's put that down in the list. Let's go over to our base docs. Let's see here. Here we go, right here, to do. To do. We have a lot, man, we have so many to-dos. And what this is going to be is add a search, or add a query, add a DB query by alias name list. So yeah, what we can do with Mongo Engine is we can go into lists and say, hey, is this in the list? If so, then give it back to me. If not, then ignore it. And by doing it this way, by creating a function, so add a function that will DB query. There we go. By adding a function like this, what we can do is effectively, if somebody calls it, if someone calls it, actually, let's go back over here. If someone calls it Mega Drive and we know it as Master System, we can both still go into the database and find the game we're looking for. We don't have to learn each other's game. So Rockman and Mega Man will point to the exact same data structure. So that's what we need to do. Oh, whoops. So we'll add that in. How is the scraping going? We're at Z now. Oh, we're at Z now. Let's see here. And it looks like we forgot to save the web page. Yeah, we forgot to save the web page. I missed that line of code, didn't I? Yeah, here. We forgot to do doc.data is equal to web page. All right. I will have to start we have something set up. We have something set up. We can set it. We have console. So yeah, we'll have to move this to the parser. We'll move this to the parser, and then we can save it to our. We can then save it into our data structure. Actually, thinking about it, should I actually move it to the parser? I'm thinking, should I actually move it to the parser? Let me think. Self dot, let's see here, web page service dot get or query collection. All right. And what we want to do is we want to get the tag of a sitemap. There we go. But we also want to query our ID, which is also going to be sitemap. We need to, let's see here, if I just run that, it comes, Let's see here. Let's see, is it called sitemap? It is sitemap. Oh, tag is nothing. It's tag is nothing. In this case, we need to go to web type. So, web type. And this will be web type enum dot sitemap. There we go. Now if I query that one, it throws an error. Let's see here. What's the error complaining about? Could not find sitemap. But web type should be, but web type should be a, let's put the code here real quick. Okay, all right, yeah. I need to, that's another thing we need to do. I need to write, man, so many to-dos, because I effectively, when I'm doing a query like this, it's looking for strings. But what I want to input the enum. Actually, if I think about it, right now, this is querying here. So what we should do is if, let's see here. So query dict.get, and this happens to be our web type. So if this has to be web type, then what we'll do is, let's see here. We should call this query. So if our query has web type, then what we'll do is query dot, or we should probably, we want to change the query. So if it has that, then we'll go query dot web type is going to be equal to, oh, I know. This will be called the web enum. There we go. So web enum code. There we go. And then we can query directly. There. That should solve that problem. So now from here, I can still put in the enum, and that way then it will just work on itself. And then from there, we'll then get this will pull out our collection, like so. So this should be this will be the web doc list. This will be a list of web page doc. And then from here, we'll simply go grab the first one. In fact, what we'll do is we should put an if statement here. If we have this, but better yet, if this is none, so if is, okay, let's see here. I'm going to set this to equal to 0. So if the length of this is 0, then we're going to raise a value error, in which this case is going to be no sitemap found. We should pass in, or yeah, no sitemap found in database. We should put the database down. This should equal the data. We should set this here. All right then. So webpage doc dot underscore underscore. Where are you? We're looking for the database. Not initialize, prepare. No. Not class. Not dynamic fields. I don't see it. We're just looking for the database. Not DB field, to database. Oh. Nope, that's not it. We're just looking for the how to get the database. Get DB, is it that? Aha, it is. It is this. All right, so now we have that. Get DB. I probably should I should probably put this somewhere where I don't need to gain access to the engine. So let's see here. Let's get the DB. We'll call this DB for now. DB dot engine. Oh yeah, let's see here. What other items are in DB? Is there a name? I see the client. So there's client, there's document class, connect, reference, driver. Oh, there it is at the very end. Okay, what is the entry? There it is, name. Okay, perfect. All right, perfect. Okay. So we want that. Oh, let's go ahead and maybe, oh, I know. Again, we should probably put this further away from here. We should go to webpage doc, base doc. This should not be a class function. Or actually, yeah, it should be a class function. Okay. Yeah, this should be a class function. And we'll just simply get DB name. And this will just simply return a string. And then from here we can then go, let's see here. It's class, get DB. We'll call this we'll do the exact same thing. I believe that this is a Mongo client, isn't it? Yeah, Mongo client. And then DB dot, or return. DB dot name. There we go. Let's see here. Expected a string, got a database document type instead. Oh, okay. Return a string. And now from here, what we can simply do is just call this function. There we go. And then all right, there we go. Perfect. There we go. So now whenever if this does not exist, we can complain and throw an error. If not, then we'll simply grab the first element here. And then we'll proceed to do this. So I need to write an additional function here because I do not think I can go through all 154 websites at once. I have a strong suspicion that if I did, they would immediately ban me. So we're going to have to set a, this will have to be, we'll have to set a log here or something. So what we'll do, what we can do is we can still go here and extract it, but we'll need to add in a, let's see here, console's down here. Let's see here. So move function to interface with database to pull table info. So we actually just did this. We don't need to do that. The new thing we need to do is set up a tracking system to monitor where extraction stopped and started. So this is what we need to do next, because what I can do is I'll say extract the first 3 game consoles, and then it will go in and it will grab all those, and then I can say wait for however long and then do the next 3. And in fact, I could even schedule it in RunDeck so that RunDeck can keep track of that information. That way we don't have to set the layer up a bit higher. That's pretty much it. Set the layer up a bit further away from this code, because once we have this written, we're hoping to not have to change it again. But yeah, so from that in mind, this will be what the, so yeah, this is what this will be here. And then this will be extract data, or yeah, extract game data or console data. Yeah, extract console data. And then from here we can have console. And this will be the games console enum. And then we should have the type, or this should be topic. And right now it's a string, but we're going to change this as well. Let's go ahead and set this to default for now so we don't forget. This is the default for the game. So that's this right here. And then console is going to be up there, used for that. All right, I think there we go. Okay, yeah, perfect. So yeah, we have a to do right there, and we'll have to work on that. But yeah, I think the next step of our scraper is to extract, or yeah, extract game data. And then from here, let's see here, from extract game data, we can probably define it by, I'm thinking. Probably should define it by console as well. So console, game console enum, and then topic as well. This will be a none, but the whole idea behind this is this will be parsing out the data. So the idea for this code is it will, oh yeah, come on, move, thank you, move, thank you very much, to do, and the function of this will be to parse out, or navigate through console sitemaps and extract game info pages. And we'll have to track, yeah, again, more tracking. So this will be, use tracking system. Use tracking system to monitor where we are in list. All right. Yeah, I think that might be good. For the parser wise, yeah, I think that might be good. Let's see here. That's our, oh, this is game, oh yeah, this is our game facts. All right, let's make a quick peek. I think I stopped working on this one earlier, didn't I? Here we go. GameFAQs parser, ROM hacking parser. This is right here, ROM. All right. So yeah, we want to change this. Okay, this needs to be changed. GameFAQs. So this is the GameFAQs parser. We were working on that earlier, if I remember. All right, so far so good. We need to modify all this up here. This will be based off of what we can scrape. We'll need to see what we can scrape first before we can do that. Same thing with this one. I think what I'll do is, yeah, what I think I'll do is I'll go ahead and delete that, and just because we know what that's going to be for. And same thing with this one, surprisingly. But yeah, for here, this generate the game list. We're going to take in a console. So let's go ahead and do that now. Okay. So the Solarium. We're going to query here. There we go. Let's go ahead and bring that in. Let's go back to here real quick. We did parse out PlayStation. Here, I need to redo it again, but we have the tag called PlayStation, and web map is type. So here we go. We'll go for the tags here. All right, so for the tag here, we'll go with, let's see here. So instead of web data, oh, we'll need web data type, but for this, it'll be a tag. This will be our game console. Actually, I think I have a much better method for my code. We're going to have to do that. Because I'm just thinking about it. Let's get back over to querying. So instead of setting this up, what we're going to do is, let's see here. We're going to go through the keys. So this will be for kv in query.values. There we go. If v or type, if type or is instance, I think that's better, is instance, v is a enum. There we go. If this is an enum, then we're going to simply replace it with the code. There we go. And then this will be v. There we go. There. Okay. Doing this. That way, anytime I put in an enum, it should be fine. But this is, let's see here. This is assuming that value is an enum. It's complaining because it, most likely it's complaining because, yeah, unresolved attribute reference, code for class enum. But yeah, this is because of how we have it set up. I think this should be fine though. Let's go ahead and try this. Let's see, where are you? Game, here it is, parser. All right, nice. And we might need to, I think, there we go. That which should give us the web document. All right, well, we'll test it near the end. Let's go ahead and get the code written. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and grab those. Now this should be a list, a long list of files. Because there should be a whole ton of them. So if this is none, we're going to throw an error. Other than that, we then start going through the list. So for doc in web doc list, we'll go for doc.data.decode. This will be the web data, And then from here, we'll then do LHTML. I'm going to copy it. Save myself some hassle. Let's go ahead and copy that. And then let's see here. We'll actually copy all of this. This will actually be quite useful right here. Because it's actually all kind of the same structure. It's a double for loop. Don't really like that, but hey, we do what we gotta do. We'll change that to that. There we go. This will be this is a string. This is going to be an HTML element. All right. And then last but not least, we're going to return this. Once it's done, return system. Oh, this is gonna, we probably don't want to create a database this time. Yeah, we don't want to create a database this time. We just want to get the URLs. I mean, I could create a database. Okay, why don't we go ahead and output that for now? I think the better approach would be to just output a list, because then we could just iterate over said list as opposed to having to set up an iter rows. All right, we'll do that for now. And why are you complaining? Oh, because it might not exist. Okay, let's see here. Busy having a peek. All right, we should probably set up a... let's go back to there real quick. I want to see the sitemap. Sitemap. Here we go. So it's the name of the console followed by the URL. So it's a UI UL thing. Yeah. So that means we're going to go for the UI UL. Here we go. This is LIA. So this is it right here. So technically this is what we're going to go for right here. This information here. Yeah, we're going to go for this information here, and then from there we're going to output it. I'm just going to forget about I just want to get we're going to simplify this. This is going to be a list. This is all this is going to be. Let's go ahead and delete all that. So here is our list of URLs. Let's make we'll call this the URL list. And then we're going to simply extend our URL list. And then we'll send it with everything from this path here, like that. And then at the end, after we're done with that, we'll return URL list. And this will just happen to be a string, a list of strings. There we go. Okay. So yeah, we need that. And that should just give us the entire list of URLs. And then I could theoretically just track the URL that we last left on. I could make it a dictionary. I could make it a dictionary with the game name and then the URLs, and then we can say, go to the last one. if I did do that, then let's see here. Actually, they would be a bit different. Let's do that. Let's make this a dictionary instead. And let's make sure that we keep the naming correct. So URL dict is going to... Let's put these off here to the side. This will be the URL. This is going to be the title for the game. And then we'll put game here and then URL. All right. Export that. Our dictionary. There we go. Okay. There we go. So now all I need to do is keep track of, if I generate this every single time, then all I have to do is keep track of, oh, thank you, thank you. But yeah, all I need to do is keep track of keep track of where we are in the list, as in we stopped at this game. And then from there, when I recontextualize this, I can just simply go straight to that URL, or straight to that URL and start pulling more out. Now, what we really need to do is we need to run the code one more time to get out all of the data that we accidentally missed. There's 26 of these. So why don't we go ahead and try one last time? If it works, then if it works and we're able to pull out all of the URLs, then awesome. If not, then we will have to continue messing with it. Let's see here, MongoDB service. There we go. Next on the list will be this scraper. GameFAQs Selenium. Okay, I need to put this word scraper in here. I'm changing your name. GameFAQs Selenium scraper. Here we go. Let's refactor and rename you. That way it will make things a bit more easier on me. There we go. Okay. We now know which you have a full name now. Oh, GameFAQs scrapers. Oh yeah. Because we changed the name. GameFAQs Selenium scraper. There we go. All right then. So let's see here. We've been making a lot of edits. So let's head down here. Game console. So for console, we're going to make this. We're going to go with PlayStation again. Topic is going to be game. There we go. Oh. Topic is equal to game. Thank you very much. Oh. There we go. And then from here, we should run this. So let's run these in patches first. We'll go and do this one first. There we go. Oh, too many unexpected argument. Okay, what is the problem? Query values. Okay. Too many values to unpack. What? Too many values? Okay, let me go check. Let's go investigate that. What does it mean by too many values to unpack? Where are you? This should be in our... Yeah, right here. Oh, okay, maybe not here. Maybe not here, maybe not here. Where are you? Is it the... It should be the service, web page service. Here we go. Okay, let's grab our query. Come on, where is our query? Here it is. All right, well, let's go grab our query. All right. All right, then let's see here. So query.values, if I run that, I should get out a dictionary. Yeah, here we go. So sitemap with enum info, and then... Wait, that's just it, huh? Sitemap. Oh yeah, that's the values right there. That should be items. Yeah, values just puts out the V. We want items. Okay. Stupid me. Let's go ahead and go back in here and fix it real quick. So let's see here. Query collection web service. So let's see, your self.web service is equal to web service. Now if we run this, it should be fine. There we go. Okay. All right, working. We can probably check system dir. There we go, 154. That is correct. Now let's see here. Let's go grab our extension. And there it is. It's working. Last but not least, let's run this. All right then. It should run fine now because we didn't change anything else. There you go. Yeah, it's running. It should be running the get function, if I recall. Actually, I think we're just creating a document, aren't we? Create document. Yeah, we're doing a create documents. But that should be called... We should rename that because we're not just creating a document. If you look at our service, it's actually named wrong. Where's our service? Okay, where is our service? Here it is, web page service. If you look, we're actually calling get or create. So we should actually change this instead of to create document to get or create documents. Oh, actually, if you look, oh my, there's 12 usages here. How many usages of this function? 6. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, all right. All right, we'll go ahead and do a refactor. So get or create document. Okay. All right. Actually, I wonder if that refactoring works in... So I'm trying to learn NeoVim right now. I installed it and it's all up and running. If I go into my directory here and I type we need to head to my... Let's see here. Let's head to the projects page. If I type in nvim, I can actually load it up. So here you can see, here's NeoVim. This is an open source distribution project that is supposed to make it more efficient for coding. And if I type space SF, I can then start going in and looking at the different code. So here you can see all my different files. And then from here I can go in and then start making edits. Now the question I have is does it have a similar function? Because I'm just learning it right now, so I still don't know enough in order to be confident to start using it in stream. Hence why we're still in PyCharm. Plus, I need to set up a interpreter because Python's an interpretive language, so I kind of need it to run. So I need to set that up here too. But nonetheless, what you can do in PyCharm is if you hit Shift and F6, I believe. Shift and F6. Yeah, Shift F6. What it does is it's called refactor renaming. And what it will do is anywhere you see this instance, this usage, it will rename it for you in the code. And I think that will be fantastic if NeoVim does the same. So if I can go in and then push some key command, I don't know, Q5A or something. I really don't know what type of command, but if, I know. This would be a refactor rename. So RFR. If I can type RFR in the commands, and then I can refactor rename everything, and it will go through all of the code and then rename them where they would be appropriate. Oh, that would be fantastic. I need to figure out how to do that though. Okay then. That's finished extracting. Do we have our data? We have our data. Ah, look at it. There it is. We have our binaries. Okay. All right. We have our binaries. So let's go ahead and quit the session here. Let's close out that. Let's go to our parser. So GameFAQs. Let's see here. GameFAQs parser. There we go. Now if we go down here, we want to generate game list. So generate game list, and then our console is PlayStation. This will return a list. So let's output this. We'll call this the test, and we get an error. Okay, why is there an error? Query items is not. Let's see here. Query items is. Oh yeah, I know why. I know why. Because we didn't reset the instance. So let's go ahead and fix that real quick. Self dot web service is equal to web service. Let's fix that. And there we go. Oh, it threw an error again. Okay, why? It's all about the web service. Let's see here. We have console and then web type enum, sitemap. Our console is going to be... Oh. Our console is PlayStation, which is what we already put in. Our sitemap is already established, so we don't have to worry about that. And it's throwing an items error, but we already fixed that. You can see it right here. Oh, actually, that might be it, because it's query items. Unable to pack, non-iterable. Okay, let's go to what our query is supposed to be and see why. Here's our dictionary. Let's grab this. There it is. Let's go ahead and query. Hop over to our parser. So if we do query items, then we should get, there it is, tag with our console, and then we get PlayStation, our enum. So there's our tag, there's our PlayStation enum, and then there is the web type with its enum, which is correct. And they both should have code, because code is the defined file. So let's see here. If I run this, it worked. Yeah, it worked. I don't know why it didn't. I don't know why it's throwing an error. I wonder why. And then if we run the query, we get our list. Yeah, there's our list of all our documents. So why is it throwing this error here? Unable to unpack. Console enum object. Maybe it's how we're putting it in here. Because it's complaining about this here. All right, I'll have to figure it. We'll have to chase that in a bit. It's now 6:40. I need to hop off pretty soon. Pretty much, actually, I'm trying to wind it up because I'm going to hop off in like 5-10 minutes. So what we'll do here is we'll just collect the query, call it web doc list. We can, let's see here. We'll need to debug this. So we'll put down a to-do debug because error. And then from here, let's just run this. And unhashable list. Okay. This should not be an oh. Okie dokie. Why is that considered an unhashable list? I want my document list. Thank you very much. Web doc list. Yeah, it should be correct. Run this. And unhashable list again. All right, so why are you throwing an unhashable list? Am I renaming something? I am renaming something. No, I'm not renaming something. Why am I getting a... Why am I getting this? Where is it? URL dict game equals URL. Unhashable type list. So where's URL? Right here. What does URL look like? URL is... Oh, okay. I see what the problem is. I see the problem. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see the problem here. I do. Okay, then we probably should... Yeah, okay, we should probably zip these together, or because this is pulling the entire list. So if this is the case, what I should probably do is, let's think here. Let's think here. This should be a for loop. For URL and game. We'll put in game URL in zip. Game URL. We'll put this as a G and U. There we go, G and U. And then from here we'll have URL dict. There we go. Yeah, I forgot. I'm pulling out list. This is wrong. That's where the problem is. My typing is wrong. That's why I ended up misreading it. Make sure the typing is accurate. There we go. Run that. And okay then. So now if we go to our dictionary, let's actually make it a bit easier for ourselves. pd.dataframe. We'll pass in our URL dict. And I think index, well, I don't think we need to worry about index yet. Oh, pandas has no attribute. Oh. Pandas has, oh, I get it. And here we go. Okay, using scalar values. You must define pass it. I knew I needed to pass an index. Okay, and that is a lot of columns. Oh, that's a lot of columns. How about we transpose that. We'll call this A. Now let's check this out. And there we go. Okay. There we go. So here's our name of our game. Here's the URL to access the data. Oh, that is looking quite nice. And we've managed to go, there's the A's, there's the B's. There's a lot of B's. There's the C's. All right, yeah, this is working. This is working very well. If we go down to all the way to the bottom. Yep, there we go. Okay, this is perfect. Nice. All right, perfect. So now we have this list. We can generate the list, which is nice. We can output it out as a dictionary. So the next step is, after we generate the list, is to then start going through and extracting out all of the data. So I think from here, I think what I'm going to do here is save this out into another file. So we should probably create something called a generals table or something, and it'll just keep track of a bunch of lists. And then that way I can pull directly from the database. I won't have to have, because this is in the parsers. So yeah, we'll have to save this parser. We'll have to save this data that we parsed into the database, and then we can then access it from the scraper. So let's go ahead and put that down on a to-do list. So to-do, and this will be to save list to database. All right. So yeah, there we go. I think this is good. We'll stop here for today. We've managed to do quite a lot, actually. Oh, we've managed to do quite a lot. We now have started working on our scrapers for GameFAQs. We've managed to also update our base. We should save this stuff. We should save all of what we've done. Okay, let's quit. Oh, there we go. Let's see here. Get status. Oh yeah, we added in so many files. We also updated so many of them. So we should probably put up in different updates. So get status. So get add. We'll add all this. All right. Actually, you know what? Actually, given the fact that the new files are from the scraper, we should probably... No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Or, yeah, it does matter. Let's just go ahead and git commit message. We'll add. So add new files to scraper. Update enums, or update web type enum. So web page types enum. What did we update it with? What are our changes exactly? Oh, okay, that's nothing. All right, I don't need to comment on that. We didn't really add anything other than a space. But we did update. We added, so we should put that down. Add game console enum. Update docs to outputs, output lists, lists of docs. That is a, okay. Update base doc, output list of docs. Okay, then, and then we did update. Okay, update Mongo, update Mongo services to interface with scrapers. All right, there we go. And now let's go to the scrapers. Okay, then. And in this particular case, update or add mains. So we added GameFAQs Selenium scraper main. add ROM hacking, Selenium main, update parsers to extract sitemap data, add GameFAQs Selenium scraper, sitemap code, and console extraction code, There we go. Okay, then. Oh, whoops. There's one. We're missing an M. Okay. We're missing an M in commit. Okay, let's go add the M real quick. There we go. Okay. All right. And then let's push this. There we go. All right. We are good. We are good. Everything's set. Nice, nice. All right. So with that done, next time what we'll do is we'll go back in here. We will we'll continue updating our scrapers. We're now focusing on GameFAQs. So what we need to do is we need to, I guess tomorrow what we'll do is we'll start looking into building these generic tracking code data. If it was me, I would put everything, the tracking in its own separate file or its own separate database. And then that way, when we hop through the different databases, we can still keep track of all of the different code that we've been monitoring. But for now, I think this is pretty good. So I'll see everybody later. It's been fun. It's been fun. And tomorrow, ooh, more fun. Laters, everyone. Have a good one. Have a good morning. Have a good night. Wherever you may be, have a good one. And my dogs want to bark. You could hear them in the background. They're barking. Oh, yeah, you can hear them in the background. They're barking. But yeah, laters.